Hello. Okay, so the plan is to make the music really quiet this time and have the video be just a bit louder.
On our player for our 1-bit projectile platformer. So
to me it looks good, so I think that should work. Okay. If the sound is really off, please let me know. But I think everything works now. The tracking also? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll just continue the tutorial and see how far it gets me. Yesterday I didn't stream because there were plumbing problems again, which were so annoying that I didn't really feel like. But we'll see. Maybe I stream even more today in response to that. Okay, that all looks fine too. Good. So let's continue with the video and just follow it.
So the player script that I set up before, it extends from platformer character 2D, and it has that direction property which we're using to control the X velocity or the left-right movement of our character. So I kind of want to pull some of this out. When we're getting the input, we can, of course, keep it inside of our player script, but we could also make it a separate component like we did with the facing script. So the more functions we put inside of a single script, basically keep it inside of our player script, but we could also make it a separate component like we did with the facing script. So the more functions...
Wait, what can we do into separate?
We can, of course...
Maybe the music is still a tiny bit too loud. I'm not sure if I can make it even quieter. Maybe like that.
Keep it inside of our player script, but we could also make it a separate component like we did with the facing script. So the more functions we put inside of a single script, basically the harder it becomes to reuse that same script across different objects. So
okay, we'll repeat what he said again. I need to adjust the music so that I'm not getting confused with it.
Working on our player for our one.
Okay, I hope that's fine. Usually I don't care if there's music playing or not, ever. I just keep it in the background always and don't get distracted. But maybe this just needs more brain cells to follow what they're saying. I don't know.
Bit projectile platformer.
Oh wait, let me see. Can I do this full screen? I think I cannot do it. Wait, I can go here and do this. Okay, it will not work. That's okay.
So
let's see.
The player script that I set up before, it extends from platformer character 2D, and it has that direction property which we're using to control the X velocity or the left-right movement of our character. So I kind of want to pull some of this out. When we're getting the input, we can, of course, keep it inside of our player script, but we could also make it a separate component like we did with the facing script. So the more functions we put inside of a single script, basically the harder it becomes to reuse that same script across different objects. So we might have, for instance, different types of players that behave a little bit differently, but they might, for instance, receive input all the same way. So let's go ahead and pull our player input out to a new script, and then we'll have the input target a player character 2D, the player, for controlling the velocity here still. So I'm going to right click on player and add a child node. So this one will just be a basic node because it doesn't really need any 2D position or transform elements. So let's create that. I'm going to rename this to be player input. and then let's attach a new script to it. So right click, attach script, player input, and we can save that into player.
Damn it, I'm so much slower today than the last time.
Any 2D position or transform elements. So let's
Wait, was it plain node?
Player character 2D, the player, for controlling the velocity here still.
Okay.
So I'm going to right click on player and add a child node.
Wait, let me check if the video is on higher speed. No, I'm just on lower speed today. Okay, fine.
Just be a basic node because it doesn't really need any 2D position or transform elements. So let's create that. I'm going to rename this to be player input, and then let's attach a new script to it. So right click, attach script, player input, and we can save that into player. Create that. So
we can save that into player, sure.
Player input, and we can save that into player. Create that. So I'll go ahead and give this the class name player input. And then inside of the player script, I'm going to grab this direction equals, and we're just going to pull that out to the player input script. So function, we could keep this on physics process for now. So we'll say the direction is equal to the import line that we got before, the actions. So the actions, we probably also want to put them in the script rather than the base player script. So I'm going to pull out export var actions, and then I'm going to paste that line in here. Okay, so where are we setting the direction? We're setting that on the platformer character 2D. So we need reference to export var, we'll say character, of a platformer character 2D, and then character.direction is equal to this, because the direction property is set on character. So we're going to change the direction from within our player input script. But the actual direction, at least for now, rests inside of our player script or platformer character 2D script. Now, why would I make it reference platformer character 2D rather than the player script, which extends platformer character 2D? That's just because the platformer character 2D base class has all of the necessary properties for the player input to run. So we don't need to specify it any further, and this would allow other types of characters to theoretically be used by this player input class. So when you make your class type more generic, it would allow more types of objects to actually be used here within the script. So let's assign to the player input our export properties. The character is of course the player. And then the actions, we already created that. I'm going to load this from the project with quick load, and we have our player input actions. So we put that in there. And if we click on the player script, you can see that the player input actions is no longer needed there. So
I saw in a video yesterday that you could do something like owner dot, like instead of this. And then I wouldn't need that, and wherever I place it below that, it will work. The owner of this node, the owner must be ancestor of this node. When packing the owner node in a packed scene, all the nodes it owns are also saved with it. Note, in the editor, nodes not owned by the scene root are usually displayed in a scene doc and will not be saved. To prevent this, remember owner add child. Okay, I don't understand, but I think this works because it has the direction property. So we can skip. We just need to like let it know what actions are. And for even that, I'm not sure if I like it like this. No, this is fine because we might want to attach other controls to that. So the other player could have mouse movement or WASD or file movement. But I think this owner thing I like more than the other one. So, oh, even that works nice. So in this, where you have the direction, that's fine. Isn't there the facing, right? Can't we do the same in facing? Oh, we can't do the same in facing because when we assign it, we set up the signaling process. Right. So I could do it with owner, but then it would probably be something func on ready. Is it like that? On ready. Let's just try and see if this actually works. Because I'm interested, like, if we can do it like that. And then we just replace all of this with owner. And we don't need to set the value. Well, now we couldn't change the property in runtime, but I think we won't anyway. So we don't need to disconnect it all because there will only be the one thing. More flexible version, but one needs to set it up in the editor rather than deduct it from the scene graph. I like this owner thing more because it feels more automatic, but I'm not sure if this will work. But in theory, on ready, we should check if we have a valid. No, we don't even need that. If we get on ready, we must have an owner, right? Else we wouldn't exist. So it should be just that. And now everything should be set up as soon as the game starts. This just has the direction property and emits information on it. This handles that, and this handles how we set the direction. Yeah, I think that should work. Any other scripts? Yeah, this is just the mapping. Okay, let's see if that actually... Here everything is saved. Yeah, okay. Let's see if that actually works. It doesn't. Interesting. Now the question is, what part does not work? So let's undo this. And retry. Oh yeah, I need to. Still doesn't work. So the only thing changed now should be this. Damn it. Oh. How did we name that? Platformer? Character 2D. Character. Okay, and then here we need to assign that again, because I don't like these manual step of assigning. I think if we can deduct that from the owner, why not do that? Okay, everything's saved. Let's run again. Okay, now it's working. So I can't... Here, just take the owner. I mean, maybe that's illegal pattern, right? And you should always throw up a signal and then they handle the signal. But I feel if I want to do true composition, this is the way it should be, so that I can really just input the stuff there. Or maybe I should do this. Is it brighter than last time? I think this is fine. I feel like if I want like composition and it's easy to use and not always connect the stuff, this should be the way to do it. But maybe it doesn't work like that for reasons. This still does work. And it does not... Come on, you don't see the overlay, right? No, you don't, okay. Oh, you can't see when I'm adjusting stuff over here. That sucks. Yeah, you don't see when I do the assignment and property adjustment. So maybe the better placement for the video would be down here. But you see it in the video anyway, so it doesn't matter probably. Why does it not work? If I do this, let's actually duplicate this and have both versions. So this does still work? It does. So if we now go to facing, so this is actually not working. And this is the problem. Owner should have this property, should be able to connect this. But we're never reaching that, or what? Let's see. Wait, we're never reaching the ready command? Maybe it's not on ready. Let me check. Godot on ready function. Oh. Well, wait, then what is this? Can we go in there? Defined in character facing. Oh, I just named the function like that. Ooh. I would like that more if there's kind of like an override keyword, or that I never can name a function with an underscore, because that's reserved to predefined methods. Okay. Let's try again. Okay, we reach this. We reach this. Oh, I didn't continue. Okay, it works. Nice. So we can do it like that. I think I will do that adjustment, and if he later in his tutorial kind of has good reason to do stuff like that, I will do that. But to me it feels like this is the natural way, because I just want to compose it for the owner. And like facing and player input, I don't want that additional step to assign it to the player, because if I drop it below it, it should act for the player. And that's what we have now, so I like that. Okay. but let's copy this same comment for here. So this is more of a learning document, so we'll just fill it like that. I'm not even sure if it's more flexible in this case, but in theory we could also do setters here and do whatever stuff. Yeah, we don't want to use delta here. We already learned that we can make it like that. I'm not sure though why we don't use... Oh no, I know. Here we don't use delta because the move and slide automatically applies delta, if I'm not mistaken. So this is correct because delta is applied in move and slide. Okay, I'm happy with that. Let's continue the tutorial. Only derailed a bit. And also my brain seems to be able to ignore the music now, which is good.
Import actions or the player input inside of our player script anymore. We're only moving the character body based on its directional input and its move speed, and that's basically all that's going on in the import action that player.
Okay, where were we?
I'm going to load this from the project with script.
Let's start from there.
To the player input our export properties. The character is of course the player, and then the actions, we already created that. I'm going to load this from the project with quick load, and we have our player input actions. So we put that in there, and if we click on the player script, you can see that the player import actions is no longer needed there. So
one disadvantage of the owner thing is that it's not type safe, right? So if this doesn't have the direction property, it might only fail on runtime. Can I test that? Can I just make the player now be player 2D, what was the name? 2D something? Player something? 2D? Damn it. Player character body 2D, I think, was it, right? So we make it character body 2D, and now sure, it doesn't know movement speed here anymore, but the question is, will this be known? And I think this will not be known to not work in both cases. So let's see. Parse error, identify direction not declared in the current scope. Player line 8, but that's fixed, right? Player line 8, yeah. Okay, so this doesn't give any problems. Invalid access to property direction changed on a base object character body player. Yeah, okay. So we don't get editor feedback directly. Because it can't know what the owner is. There was the tool command which makes this run in the engine, right? Might that maybe check for this? Cannot get class something, debugger, audio, animation, shader. So another question is, how would I know? only when I start. I think the editor directly doesn't give me these errors. Except if maybe I needed to reload or something for the tool thing to work. Okay, so maybe I don't like it then. But what if we can set, wait, let me check that. Godot, set which parents are allowed. A node's parent is not a node that is one level up on the node's hierarchy. Is a node that. A node's owner is one that is the node that the node will be saved along with. If you make a node from script in the editor, it will have a default owner of null. Before you won't save the current edited scene. So maybe the owner is always the highest property in this graph here. Well, that's not helping me with what I wanted. Okay, maybe this is just not possible in that way. I literally just want to configure it for the tree view so that I can say that this node can only be placed below a certain type. And then I could safely use the owner keyword or safely use the parent keyword. But I don't see that anywhere here, so maybe that's nothing anyone ever thought of. I don't know. Maybe it's not as it's supposed to be working. Okay, I can't find anything in that direction. That's interesting. So what do I want to do with that? I think for now we'll just advance our comment and say attention. The problem with the owner is that we no longer have type save T, save T. Oh my god, save T, save T, save T. Damn it. Type safety and could crash at runtime if we add this node to the wrong parent / scene root. Okay, we keep the owner thing for ease of use. But have this more precise comment. Why does it not replace both? Weird. Huh, whatever. Okay, so we commented that. We use owner for now, but I can see how they wouldn't use owner and rather use the direct setting of the expert character to be type safe. And then you are sure to never make a wrong move with that. And that really feels like the way they program stuff, which I generally like. So I would assume that's the reason why they do it. I wouldn't assume they don't know the owner thing. They probably have good reason not to use it. But okay, understood that, I think. And now we can continue listening. Being a bit smarter than before, I think. Understanding a bit more, or at least assuming to understand more the benefits of not using owner and that one.
We're not concerned with the import actions or the player input inside of our player script anymore. We're only moving the character body based on its directional import and its move speed. And that's basically all that's going on in the player script. So if I hit play now, it's going to work exactly the same way. I can still move left and right. The facing script is controlling the left movement, and the facing script is controlling whether the animated sprite faces the left and the right. Can also once again be used for other nodes if we put any collision shapes down there, like a hitbox over here, if you want to flip that to the left or the right, depending on which direction the character's.
What? We can do what?
Left and the right. Can also once again be used for other nodes if we put any collision shapes down there, like a hitbox over here, if you want to flip that to the left or the.
Wait, why do we put another thing over there?
Used for other nodes if we put any collision shapes down there, like a hitbox over here, if you want to flip that to the left or the right.
Oh, okay, yeah. This, right? This should also just work then. And probably be the better way. Because if our shape would be, damn it, would be, oh my god, can I not make it stretch out? Well, if it would extend in that direction, then this should flip it and work. Oh, but I can't. Interesting. Wait, so this is not allowed. Then what's he talking about?
If we put animated sprite faces the left and the right. Can also once again be used for other nodes if we put any collision shapes down there, like a hitbox over here, if you want to flip that to the left or the right, depending on which direction the character's facing. But yeah, we're just kind of starting to take our character and separate it into different smaller scripts that all work together to generate the final behavior of the character. So I just thought that it would be a good idea to get that out of the way now before we start adding a bunch of extra script logic to our player and we end up with a very bulky player script. So now that we've done that,
How would we make that work? If we can't move it down, we would need to add remote transform to D, right? And then we set the collision shape. And transform it. Can I do this collision shape? Can I somehow make it like it's a capsule, right? So I can maybe rotate it. How do I rotate? Let's just pick a different shape. This. And we do it like that. And then in the level, why is it always centered? Can it not be not centered? I'm only adjusting the shape, right? I'm not adjusting the center. Oh, because the center point is still here. So when I save this and go back, it resets here. And I can't move the center point away? No. Do I not have any collision shape that... This should be one directional, right? Yes. But I still don't know how to rotate it. Slide on slope length, custom solver bias. Okay. We found rotation. Can I snap it? Yes. Okay, so if we do this now, why is it now not in the center? Wait, how is everything resetting? So this is part of the transformation and the facing also resets that, or what? Okay. So I would need to have an offset somehow. Which makes it weird because I can't have an offset. Can I have additional properties here? Use global coordinates. Position, rotation, scale. Only position. And then here. We do this. And now it won't. Okay. And then if we put the player here and we would play, we don't have collision. Did we add collision to the tile set? I think we might have not yet. Paint. I'm quite sure that I saw people do it here. Text origin modulate, maybe? Terrain probability. Nope. Yeah, we did the dirt part. Physics layer. Collision layer. Maybe now we can paint it. Physics layer. Okay. Let's try again. Now we can't go there. We can't go there, but we can go in the other direction. So that didn't work because, probably because we didn't apply the rotation. So we can't flip. No, but that should be irrelevant. No, it is, because this would flip that one and that should be transferred. So we would need to activate that so that it can flip. Well, I mean, I can do this here, but that feels so wrong. Okay, this works though. If we go to the right, we stop because of the arrow, and to the left also, because the arrow always flips. For some reason though, oh yeah, because we have the wrong animation sprite going. Yeah, this works, but I hate it. So we could have this set up like that, and then, you know, put -90 here or something, or whatever the shape would be, and then it could be flipped by the facing property. Where was the... No. Would have thought there should have been a flip component. Or maybe there isn't. Maybe it's just, yeah, maybe it's just changing that transformation, right? Putting this to a -1. Yeah, okay, so this would work. But that doesn't feel right. And actually doing like this, we could even keep that one there. Clear, copy, edit, show. Oh, you can only do one. So we could add another and have this one for the animated sprite. But then we have the same problem that we would need to set the offset of the animated sprite here, like with this node, rather than on the shape directly. Yeah, I'm not sure if I like how the facing is implemented. I think it should actually set the facing of the entire player and not just some sub stuff. Let's see if we can do that. So if we go into facing, we set the scale on this component, but I think I would like to set the scale on the owner's component. So it just be, yo, it's an Azaz raid. Nice to see you. Hello, welcome in Azaz and Miro XDX. I hope I said that correctly. We are just coding and checking out this really cool tutorial to learn Godot. It was good, okay. Good, okay sounds like not, like it could have improved that. Mirox. I'm not sure if that made anything better. Probably not. Yeah, I learn a lot and I love it. So coding goes really well. I'm very slow though. So this video is composed of all the different videos he did, which in total ends up with like 8 hours. For the first 40 minutes, I took, I don't know, 2 hours, 3 hours already. So I'm super slow progressing, but that's also because I stop for everything and try stuff out. And then this is what they gave me as a solution. And I'm just trying to find my own way and see if stuff maybe might work differently. And so I'm just super slow. But I feel like this way I'm actually learning. Oh my god. We be glitching. Is it directly in? Well, this change I made clearly does not work. I thought okay was emote, but it was okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have all the cool emotes really, so if you want any emotes added, just send me the link and I'll add them. If you really are trying to learn, there's no fast way. Oh yeah, true. You were in Japan, right? How was it? Oh yeah, 6 months. It was amazing. I really want to go back again. Not as soon as possible, but next year. I don't know. It's just my type of people, I feel like. I just enjoyed it a lot, and Tokyo especially has so many things to offer that you can kind of just pick and choose what you do without really, like, not that friendships are not nice, but it's not like you need to find a really deep connection to just go on a pen and paper Dungeons and Dragons evening with strangers and have a really good time and stuff like that. So I love that. And then nature and traveling around was just amazing, and I did a lot of that. I also did all my year vacation. I took it all in the 6 months in Japan. So yeah, that was great. And I want to go back and have more fun with it. But I also want to have enough money that I just don't care to spend it all on food when I'm there. You know, which means I need to save up a bit so that I can do that. Remote, right? Not remote, it seems. Why were you asking? Particularly, you want to go soon, or what's the question about? What's the case that there is not much junk food chains in plain sight? I mean, not those that you are used to in the West, definitely. There was a McDonald's, like, there are so many food stores, small, local, really amazing stuff that even if there are like some or a lot of fast food stores, just in comparison it's so little that you don't even like recognize it as that much. Where I feel like in Germany it's more that there's just only the fast food store and there's nothing else. In Japan there are just so many food stores that you don't really realize that there's also fast food, just because there's so many places. But I think I've not been once in any of them, so I wouldn't know if they're good or not fast food stuff. I caught a video that was showing that a lot of the food places would just offer rice with veggies. No, I don't know. No. What do you mean by that? That it's just some dish that contains of rice and other stuff? I mean, it's full dishes and some have just that, some don't. Or do you mean like you can eat really cheap if you want to? Because that's true. You can spend literally no money and still get full meals. I'm not a traveling person, so I wouldn't even cross my mind to do a journey like yours. I mean, it just felt like, playing Elden Ring, but in real life. Why is this so weird? I should tell you what I'm pressing. I'm pressing left. Every time I'm pressing left, it switches. Every time I'm pressing right, it does nothing. So this is not how it's supposed to be. It should face the direction I'm walking. But to finish that thought, I know it felt like the Elden Ring exploring part or any other open world, really not specifically Elden Ring, but wherever you have like you're searching for some nice view and some nice place to go. And it feels like that to me. So I just love the traveling because there was such interesting stuff to find, explore, and everything is so beautiful. I was in the snow areas when there was really deep snow, minus 16 degrees Celsius, and then also on the cherry blossom time I went around. So everything just felt so so beautiful and nice to explore. So I don't know, I loved it for that. And it wasn't not really like not being a traveling person. That of course is also like not bad to travel around, I don't know, but it's not what kept me going. Was finding these new interesting places to see that I just loved visually, and just being there and reaching them. So yeah. No burgers, kebabs, and fatty food. Yeah, that not, but you can find other food, like other fatty food or other kebab stuff more in Indian restaurants. But it's true, like a lot of the food is not that, but there's just so much food that those things are also there. But it's definitely not meat free. Like there's fish or meat in everything, even if it's just the broth. So from a health view, I think it's way better than Western food you get. But I wouldn't say that in general you directly eat well just because going to Japan. That's not gonna happen. You can eat really bad stuff there too, health-wise. And for example, things like Subway I saw several times also. Like, those things are there, but there's just so much better food options most of the time. But yeah, I agree that there's more healthy options. What I don't agree with is why this code is not working. But maybe I should stop trying to find out myself how this stuff could go and just continue to listen to the tutorial. But maybe if I repeat the same thing for the 10th time now, maybe it will be different this time and I will understand more things. And in that case, it would have been good to try a bit more. But if I don't, then it will be just wasted time. So I'm not sure. The problem here is that I switched up how this stuff works a bit. I don't know if anyone here knows stuff about Godot. Oh, I have 2 games running. That could also be a problem. But this is just the player, which if I switch the scale from 1 to -1, not the scale. Oh, because this is linked. Oh, 1 to -1, it switches directions, right? So if I apply the difference, that should switch, and it should always face in the direction I'm walking. So what I first had by the tutorial is have below the facing, which controls the direction. I put the animated stride and the collision shape, and everything what's below the facing inherits the direction. So that kind of worked, but the collision is forced to be placed below the player. So I can't just, what I had tried is move both in so that this arrow moves to both sides. And then you see I get arrows which don't work. So I try to make it work so that I don't, that I wouldn't need to place those components into the facing, but that facing would automatically just transform the entire player's scale. And by that, I don't need to care where I place these components. And I would like that more from the structural perspective, but yeah, it kind of doesn't work. And I don't have a clue why. Because it should just now apply the transformation correctly. I'm go lurk and probably get a glass of whiskey with my father. I might be back a little tipsy later if you are still on. Have lots of fun. If you'll be back later, let me know which whiskey you were drinking, because I'd be interested in that. I currently have wait, let me have Nika standing here. Can you see that? Japan whiskey, fitting to the conversation we had. I think that one is really good. But there's also other nice stuff in whiskey world. But yeah, if you join in back later, I'll definitely have a question or two on which whiskey you chosen, drank, whatever. Okay, so I think I will give it up to fix this, because I have no idea why it's not working, and I'm only beginning, because the direction is fine. And when the direction is fine, I would assume everything is good, but it's clearly not. Let me see if I find the transformation here somewhere. Can I search transformation? Player That's so weird. It has no transformation property. Here it is. Okay, this is one. And this is changing Y and not X. That makes no sense at all. Why? Wait, and how are we still... Damn it. Paused here. Owner. But we clearly setting X. Owner. Okay, last try. I think I killed everything. All the games are stopped. And now we start again. Inspect the player. Scroll to the transformation, scale SKU. And after like pressing twice, it starts switching Y because it is rotating by 180 degree. That's wild. Wait, but they are still interconnected. Which I thought I stopped them from being interconnected. Transform. Yeah, they are not here. But maybe they are here. They are. Okay. Okay, maybe we got it now. Let's see. Nope. Okay, I give up. I give up. I'm just pressing left and he's wiggling. Okay, okay, okay. Let's undo all that. Let's put you back to capsule. Place you... Oh my. I said place you here. And then we'll be doing this and make you a tiny bit smaller. Okay. Then this is also fixed in the right spot for the running. And now I just need to fix all the scripting that I changed, which was I think just this. Okay. Okay, it worked. Nice. Well, yeah. I don't know how to get this in, and all that triggered my 20-minute exploration was wait.
Together, depending on where.
Let me go here. Okay.
The left and the right. Can
also see it on the top right.
For other nodes, if we put any collision shapes down there, like a hitbox over here.
He just said we can use it for other nodes if we put any collision shape down there, which I thought, right, I just do this, and then it fails. And that's why I tried around for way too long to understand how that could work. And I could just add another collision here, like an additional object on top of the basic collision of the shape of this component, which is determining where I can go and determining that I'll be blocked by the tiles around me, right? But I don't know how else that would work for the collision 2D on the top node.
Here, if you want to flip that to the left or the right, depending on which direction the character's facing. But yeah, we're just kind of starting to take our character and separate it into
Let's do the next
smaller scripts that all work together
thing
to
and turn
generate
it.
the final behavior of the character. So I just thought that it would be a good idea to get that out of the way now before we start.
I just realized I can do shoutouts, right? Damn. Does it work like that? Well, only like half an hour too late. But better late than never, something like that.
Adding a bunch of extra, that it would be a good idea to get that out of the way now before we start adding a bunch of extra script logic to our player and we end up with a very bulky player script. So now that we've done that, we can also add an action to our player input actions for jump and then work on the gravity affecting our character. So inside of player
I added
input,
that already, I
click on the
think.
script to open that up. We want to add to player input actions the jump action. So I'll right click here and look up symbol. So that jumps us into the player import actions class. And we can do @export var jump, which will be a string name. I'll use tab to get over to the same spot as the other colons, and then string name. And
we have that already.
Jump. While we're at it, since this is going to be a projectile-based platformer, we're obviously going to have some kind of shoot action. So let's @export.
How do you say shoot? Shot?
Tab,
shoot?
colon, string name, and I'll just call this shoot as well. So that'll be there for later, and we can go to project settings, input map, and
oh yeah, I don't have it for shoot.
So it looks like I actually forgot to assign S as the down key. So let's do that now. Input, press S to automatically select the S key. Okay. And
what do I want for shoot?
Other actions, jump and shoot. So jump, shoot. So for jump, we could make that, let's say, spacebar. So just add a key, press the key.
Okay, let's just take whatever he picks.
Button on your joystick, and then shoot, add event, and we'll do left mouse button press. Okay, and close that. So next up, let's go back to player input. Where we
left mouse button pressed.
Then shoot, add event, and we'll do left mouse button press. Okay, and close that.
Where do I see? Wait, let me check. Left mouse button. Oh, okay. This is the pressed one, I guess, and then up and down. No. Maybe just use the word for no reason. I wouldn't understand why this would be pressed and not clicked, like pressed down and released again. But we'll see later.
So next up, let's go back to player input. Where we have physics process and we're getting the direction, I think I actually want to change that to process so that we can get this direction possibly more than one time per physics frame update. So physics process usually runs at a set number of times per second, but in that fraction of a second, we might actually change our
I'm
input.
not where he is. Where is he? Player input. Okay. Looks a bit different because I also filled it around, and here we just set the direction.
So we could probably improve this a little bit by doing _process and then getting the vector here. So having the input be got on a process frame.
Why though? Shouldn't the physics be applied all the time?
So that we can get this direction possibly more than one time per physics frame update. So physics process usually runs
because this might run more often. I would assume this always being slower.
Fraction of a second, we might actually change our input. So we could probably improve this a little bit by doing _process and then getting the vector here. So having the input be got on a process frame instead of a physics process frame just means that potentially we can update that 1, 2, or 3 times, maybe more, per physics frame update, depending on how often the physics frames are actually updating. So it'll basically take the most recent input, and when we get to the physics frame, it'll update with that. And I think that might make the character feel a little bit more responsive than having the direction be gotten on a physics frame. So that's what we'll go with for now. And just keep in mind that when you have code executing on the process function,
I guess the process is smart, so maybe the process, whenever you press something, will try to get a frame in, where the physics have the fixed interval. So if you press between the two physics frames, you wouldn't get a change. Where with the process function, maybe they will intersect and say, okay, now we need a calculation, input is pressed, let's calculate that. So maybe that's happening there, why it will be faster. because otherwise, if the processing just is very slow, I mean, it wouldn't happen in my game because it's just few sprites, but if the processing is too slow, then this would be longer periods where the physics might still be in the same interval of, like, let's say 1 second, just for easier comparison, and this might take 1.5 seconds to compute, and in that moment this would be slower. But probably you just have a whole lot of different problems then, and like this you're just more flexible to actually calculate it as soon as possible, where the physics processing will not be as soon as possible, but fixed rate. Maybe that's the explanation.
It's going to be updating on every single frame of the game, so it can be kind of resource intensive, but for this, it should be perfectly fine, just to be aware. So now we also have other key presses that we need to watch out for. So we can handle those in, let's say, unhandled input. Unhandled input meaning if nothing else in our scene consumes the input first, then we'll execute the code in unhandled input, as opposed to function input, which I believe will execute that no matter what. So if some UI is consuming the input, we don't want the jump key to actually...
Right, but that means that these keys will always work. So when I'm in any menu and I hold the whatever is bound to right, then my character will walk right, except if the game is paused, but then it wouldn't make a difference anyway if I be in input or unhandled input. Right? But okay, I think I understand that too.
Execute or the shoot key to execute. So that's why I'm doing unhandled input instead of underscore input for the function.
Let's try to guess what he's going to do.
Unhandled input, you get an event, and this event may have an input action associated with it, like these string names up here. So if we check if the event
doesn't work like that,
is the jump action, then we can execute a jump or execute a shoot action for our character. So let's do a if event.isActionPressed, and we're going to check for actions.jump. So if jump is pressed, then we want the character to jump. So for the actual movement of the jump, I think that makes sense to have on the platformer character. So now
it was close.
Character dot
just didn't know
jump,
I need a function for that.
Function, which currently doesn't exist. So at this point, you might actually decide to take the character and change this from platformer character 2D to player. The reason for that is that maybe not every platformer character can actually jump. Maybe a lot of them can only move left and right.
That's why I put it to be owner directly, because it wouldn't work under any other component anyway.
Because in player import, we've already assigned this as a player. So you see, even when we change the class name, it doesn't unlock.
But I would love to define an interface for the owner so that I can say, okay, it should be a player-like thing, something that can move by inputs, right? I would like to define that so that whenever I put this player input, that's what we're currently editing, right? It's this file, player input, noted there. Yeah, I just want to place it somewhere and be sure that it works. And with this owner, if I don't have the jump implemented, it will just crash on runtime, which with his way and defining the actual character just makes way more sense to be safe, because then if I apply it to the character, it can only be set to the character if it actually has the correct properties. But then I would need to assign it somewhere here with its own property for every time, I don't know. But yeah.
Or anything like that, because the player was already a player character 2D, and now we're just being more specific and saying it needs to be a player because this character needs to be able to jump. But maybe we change the property name to be more reflective of that. So if you want to rename the property and every instance of the property in the script, just fix everything at once, you can double click on the text you're trying to update, hit Control-R on your keyboard, and then replace it with what you want. So we want to call it player. So player.
I mean, I have my own shortcuts for that because I'm using Visual Studio Code and not that.
You have like a comment and player would match there. So you may want to check match case so that only the lowercase instances.
Yeah, we're doing fancier stuff here.
Specific whole words. Just making sure that you don't like rename comments or anything like that, unless that's your intent. So we have these three.
Okay, I know all that.
Selected.
Let's
If you
continue.
see the gray box around them, we can replace all, hit Control S, and now we do need to reassign the property because the property name changed. So just assign that to player, and we're all good. So
Ooh, how did he do that?
Changed. So just hit Control S, and now we do need to reassign.
Oh, he clicked. I didn't see his mouse movement.
Player,
okay.
And we're all good. So I know I'm changing the code around quite a bit to update it as we go. But hopefully you can see that like as your requirements change, you can use some of these tricks in order to update your scripts very fast and not really run into too many issues as you are kind of updating your game prototype. So we require player to have a jump now. If I was to go hit play and we press the jump key, which is spacebar, it's going to give us an error because jump does not exist on.
Okay, let's try that for ourselves. I'm going to launch the game and press jump. Ooh. Yeah, and it's only... Oh, interesting though. So it doesn't even check it for him, right? So maybe this isn't as bad using directly the owner, because it's not checked anyway, type checked. In the engine, in the console, no. In the editor, it's not checked directly. Huh. Yeah, I don't know about that yet.
The player script. So we can go into the player script now. Okay, so now in the player script, we're going to create the jump function. So function jump, notice no underscore because this is a public function, so calling from other classes. We don't probably need a return type, so we don't have any need for this. Unless we wanted to say that it was like successful or not, then we could return a Boolean. And this will say, makes the character jump if possible. So we might want to decide for our character, what are the conditions where our character would be able to jump? So first off, a basic character would
Pressing
be able to jump on
no
the
more
ground.
crashes on my side.
You can add double jumping for your platformer character, where you can do like an air jump. That's super common. So inside of our player script, let's first check if the character is on the ground, and then we can do a ground jump if that's the case. So let's see if self dot, let's see, ground or is grounded. So let's start by checking if the character is on the ground, and if it is, then we'll allow a jump. So if is on floor is a function that you can get out of character body 2D.
Oh, interesting. Floor only, wall only. Yo, that's nice. For the game project I want to do, I'm not sure if I can use all these things. Sadly. Because it relies on this collision being below the player, and if the collision touches the ground, then it's on the ground, right? And I want to do procedural stuff, so I will not be setting this directly, but it should all be dynamic, and the collision shape is not just one shape, but a bunch of shapes. Should be kind of like spore creatures, but 2D.
You can check if is on floor or is on floor only. So if you wanted to prevent the character from being able to jump when it's also on the wall or also on the ceiling, then you could check this instead. For now, we'll just do is on floor. So if the character is on floor, then I guess we'll execute the jump. I'll go down here and create another function called jump, and I'm going to make this a underscore for private. But here I'm going to rename this one try jump. And let's return a Boolean whether the jump was successful or failed. I said I probably wouldn't need to do it, but when I think about it, I think this makes more sense. So if is on floor, then we're going to jump. And after we jump, we'll return true for a successful jump. If we get down here because the character wasn't on floor, then we'll return false for a failed jump. And let's go down here and add a comment. Returns true if jump successful, or false if failed. And then the jump itself will be...
Okay. I'm not sure how I like it. Why do I need to try it? What do I do if this fails? Nothing, right? Especially not in the player input component. This should be somewhere else to handle things. Like, I don't know if I want to handle this return value here ever. Like, if it's not true, what? Print problem or something? Oh no. You can't jump here. Just makes no sense to have that in this place in the player input. But I don't know.
Modifying the y velocity. So velocity dot y plus equals, let's say a jump force.
Oh my god.
Because this is going to be instant and it'll decline over time due to gravity. So let's add a export range up here. Export range.
I think I want to do it like this though. Export. Oh my god. All the wrong button presses again. I have no idea what he wants for the variables yet. Oh, we also didn't name it like that. Jump force.
Let's say 0 to 100, 0.2 or greater. We can modify that later if we need. Var jump force, which of course is a float, and I really don't know how much we need, so we'll say 100 to start. And of course in the inspector you can modify it as you need. We won't allow negative jumps because that's kind of weird. If you really needed to have the character jump upside down, you'd probably flip the character upside down.
What is wrong? Did I mistype somewhere? Couldn't find fluat. Damn it.
With like scale y and then add the jump, which would make it propel in the negative direction, negative y direction. That's kind of... I really don't know how much we need, so we'll say 100 to start. And of course in the inspector you can modify it as you need. We won't allow negative jumps because that's kind of weird. If you really needed to have the character jump upside down, you'd probably flip the character upside down with like scale y and then add the jump, which would make it propel in the negative direction, negative y direction. But that might be all we need there for right now. So let's jump into player import, and we're going to call, instead of .jump, we'll do try jump. So we're requesting a jump from the player, but it's actually the player script itself with its try jump function that's going to determine if the jump executes or if the air jump executes, and will return true or false whether the jump or air jump executes, just as basically an informative piece for any other scripts that need to know about it. And we could give a comment down here, execute a ground jump. For the air jump, we might have an air jump force that's different than that. So later, I guess I'll create a function air jump, which will add the air jump force instead of the jump force. You could also rename this ground jump.
We'll do the renaming. Jump for ground. Jump from ground. Yeah, my naming is not very consistent. But I ignore that for now. I love to use camel case, and my entire PC is configured to be able to jump like that. Which won't work here. I will jump over this underscores all the time. So I should rename all my methods like that. But when I just blindly follow what he's saying, I'm of course not able to do that.
Of course, if you want to be really specific. Okay, so let's hit play, and I'll hit space, and we'll see what's going on. So when I hit space, nothing really happens. So what we want to check in player input. So what we're going to want to do is set a breakpoint here to see if player.jump actually executes. So let's hit play and spacebar, and we can see that it does hit here. So why is our character not actually going up? Well, if we jump to the player script, we can, let's say, add a breakpoint here and hit continue or F12. And we see it's not actually going there. So our character's not on the floor probably. Let's set a breakpoint there. I'll hit space and let's check our character and see if he is on.
I wonder if we got that in the debugger, because I'm now printing it, right? Do we get it somewhere? Oh no, you cannot jump. Interesting, that will be here. That's nice. So I can just launch it from here. Whoa. Okay.
On the floor, if that property actually shows here. Okay, and I'm not seeing that being publicly showing. So let's stop that for a second. And what I'll do is I'll create a variable is on floor. And this will be equal to the result from is on floor. And then we'll use that over here because this is a Boolean. If you, not required, it's pretty obvious, but you can type this if you want. And now when we hit play and hit spacebar, we'll be able to see that local variable is on floor. Is this on floor true or not? And we can see is on floor is actually false, which is odd because our character does appear to be on the floor. So we need to figure out what's going wrong.
I mean, we don't have physics applied, so I'm just hovering above floor, right? So that makes sense. What am I trying to do here? This, right? Like that. And then that. This. And now we should be able to inspect the player. Player. Wait, shouldn't those... Inspector. Oh yeah, I needed to press the I to actually inspect it. I see. And now there should be is on floor. That seems like it's ordered by name. So maybe it's only that he wanted to do it with a breakpoint. Oh yeah, he wanted to do it like that. Okay, yeah, sure. Sure, standard debugging. I don't need to learn that. I know that already.
So let's actually take our player and hit W, move him up here and play and see, okay, gravity isn't affecting the character either. And that's probably a big part of why it's not showing on the floor. So we can always check the error log and see if there's anything weird going on here. None of these warnings should really be causing an issue, but we can go ahead and clear them up right now. So if we double click here, we can see that this delta is never being used in physics process. So if we
fixed those already.
That error, just give it an underscore and indicate it's never used. If we click here for the is on floor, well, this has the same name as the function. So we might want to rename that. Or really,
already did that.
I think in most cases, we could just take this and put it back there and just use the function call instead of having the variable.
Okay.
We already kind of checked that it wasn't on the floor, so we don't really need that variable there right now. This is already clear enough. If it's false, then it's not going to jump. And if it is true, then it will jump. And then we have that third one over here in player input. Can add an underscore delta. Just
Did
make
that
sure
already?
if you are trying to fix this never used property thing, that if you ever do use it again, you just remove the delta because now it is expected to be used by this function. Okay, so that'll eliminate all of our warnings for now. Okay, so if I recall, what we actually need to do in our player script is to add the gravity in. So the character body 2D by default doesn't have gravity added to it. If we check project settings and we search for gravity, we can see that there are settings here, which
project settings, gravity,
we can use and pull from to add the gravity to our character.
Wait, so we could just make the gravity go in other direction. That's nice.
Import, we do want to update our character with the gravity. So we'll say velocity.y plus equals, and let's say get gravity, which is a function we can use, but we're going to times that by the delta, which is the time between physics frames, so that the character moves at a consistent amount, and that's based on the amount of time that has actually occurred. So times delta. Now you might see that we put the underscore there just a second ago because we weren't using the delta. Now I want to get rid of that. Okay, so we can see that a vector can't be automatically applied by a delta float in Godot, but we can easily work with that. So let's actually create a function here, apply gravity, and then we'll take this bit in here and pull it down to the bottom, apply gravity, and I'm going to paste that in. We're actually going to make this underscore for private as well. I can't imagine a reason why another script would be needing to say this, because the player is going to manage its own movement, basically. And then we have velocity y, and we're going to plus equals the y gravity. So a vector 2 is going to have an x and y. So let's say
my typing is so bad today.
Equals, they get gravity here. Okay, so we're only calling get gravity once.
Apply gravity, we have that. We have the function. We get gravity. I don't know why this one. Okay. Variable gravity is that.
And then we take gravity, paste that down there, times y, times delta, which we need to actually pass in. So delta float. Okay, now for the function, that means we need to pass in the delta up here. So apply gravity, delta. So we pass in the delta, and then we get the gravity for our character. And then we're going to plus equals the y gravity times the delta onto the y velocity. Now, if we check
not found. Oh. Okay. Interesting.
check project settings, you can see that it is actually possible to do a x vector for the gravity. So you could, in theory, have gravity going to the left or the right. Maybe certain game levels are kind of like that. So what we can do is say the levels are kind of like that.
So we could just add it directly then, or what?
So what we can do is say velocity.x plus equals gravity x times delta as well, just in case the x gravity is in fact not 0. So with that, we can hit
But
play,
why would we do that and not
the character's actually falling, which is kind
use
of what
vector calculations at
so
that
before
point?
we fix the falling through the ground issue, it's actually falling, which is kind of what we want.
Okay, and I think we might have fixed the falling through the ground already because I added collision to the blocks before, but we still weren't able to jump. Let's move us up there. Jumping still does nothing. Well, Let's see if we're still not on the ground floor. We are now. Interesting. So we do end up here. We do end up here. Maybe 100 is just way too small. Let's jump a lot. Nope, nothing. Well, he'll probably explain in a second why this is not working. Jump to the ground, velocity up. Yeah, this is not overriding, right? It's just adding. And it's applying after this. So this should work from what I know. No. Okay, let's continue and listen.
So before we fix the falling through the ground issue, I want to take apply gravity and move it up a level to the platformer character 2D script so that any platformer character 2D has the option of applying the gravity to itself, as most characters would, but all characters should really have that option. So let's cut this function with Control X, go to platformer character 2D, right click, lookup symbol, and just paste it in there. So now if we have an enemy, our enemy can also call apply gravity in its process or physics process functions, just like the player can. And if we go back here and Control S, we should be able to resolve the issue where apply gravity doesn't exist because it's now coming from platformer character 2D.
Well, did I maybe not save here? No, why is it not working? In base self, null defined. Function not found in base self. But we don't get the arrows here, it seems like. Is that only when I run the game? No, must be somewhere else. But it has no problem with that not being defined, so maybe that's not... Oh, only in the debugger the errors are. So maybe that's not actually a problem, and we just need to relaunch. Maybe? Okay. Damn it. Okay.
As a parent class. Okay, so why is our character falling through the floor? Pretty simple. The reason is that our tile map has no physics collision shape. So that's very easily fixable. If we click on our tile map layer, and we have tile set expanded here, so we can go to tile set at the bottom, open that window, and we can edit our tile set. Then we want to paint on physics layers, but we haven't added a physics layer to this tile set yet. So expand physics layers, add a physics layer. We'll just leave layer 1 as our ground. So if we want to name that, which is a good idea, click here and edit layer names. So we'll call layer 1 ground. So anytime we want to collide with the ground, we reference.
Okay, I did that, right? Collision layer earlier on. Yeah.
It's layer 1 in the collision mask for, let's say, our player or any other objects, possibly arrows or anything. And now that we've done that, we can go to Paint, select a property, select Physics Layer, and let's click on these tiles. So left click, left click, left click, or you can press and hold and just add the physics shape to all of those.
We did that.
Now we can see
without
that it might be
the
a little
tutorial.
unfair at the corners for this to actually be collision worthy. So if you want to adjust that, you can add more points on the collision shape here, so to speak. So I'll press left click there to add one and left click there to add one, and then pull this inwards. So now these corners shouldn't cause collision. Also, you might want to pull this in 1 pixel and 1 pixel. You can zoom in if you need to. I think there's also a snap to pixel option, so we might want to toggle grid snap, and make that, let's just say 1 pixel. And we probably want to do half pixel snap. We'll kind of just adjust these points to get the shape we want. And up.
What?
Grid snap. So in 1 pixel shouldn't cause collision. So I'll press left click there to add one and left click there to add one, and then pull this inwards. So now these corners shouldn't cause collision. Also, you might want to pull this in 1 pixel and 1 pixel. You can zoom in if you need to. I think there's also a snap to pixel option, so we might want to toggle grid snap, and make that, let's just say 1 pixel. And we probably want to do half pixel snap. We'll kind of just adjust these points to get the shape we want. And up there, only the solid grass, not like these individual pop out pieces, are going to.
Why does it not work for me? Disable snap, half snap. Oh, half pixel snap. I mean, okay. If you say this is so much better. Sure.
Block out collision. So that's a bit more involved and a little tedious if you do that to all the squares, but it might be worth it. So I'll click here to assign what we just adjusted to there. Now,
but if I do it like, damn it, do it like that. I will also need to fix this. How can I delete those? Oh my god, I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. No, I want to move it. Okay. And then we rotate that again. And now it's better than before. I mean, it is. It is. Definitely is. But we can still not jump.
You can also rotate and flip these with R, E, H, and V. So if I press R to rotate, I can left click there and assign the new collision shape there. R to rotate, R to rotate. Okay, there's the 4 corners. And now we can kind of do something similar with these. So let's reset to default tile. Press there, left click, and just pull these down a little bit at the top to there, and on the right side to there. So that's going to give us that 1 pixel buffer. Now we can click there, so it's consistent with our side pieces. R to rotate, click, R to rotate, click, R to
I think
rotate,
if we
click.
wouldn't do it, we would get
now
stuck on
we've
the corners.
created a good collision shape for all of these pieces. And if we go to the top window, we can do debug visible collision shapes, and that'll show the
I should have used that earlier to see the switching left right.
collision shapes when we hit play. So let's hit play, and there we can see the collision shapes of our ground. If we hit spacebar now, it's still not jumping, but at least we're hitting the ground. And we can also see the collision shapes apply up there at the top.
Ooh.
And we have like a little bit of a curve here on the sides.
Yeah,
Depending
the
on game,
curve
you might
feels
or might not want
good
that, 'cause
now.
you can see that kind of lets you kind of curve around the edge. So it's up to you if you want it to be like a pure classic box, or you want that kind of curvy collision shape. Okay, so why is our character not jumping? Let's figure that out. In our player script where we have try jump, let's do a prince. and I'm going to print is on floor. So this is for debug. Obviously we're calling is on floor twice, but this is just to get a console of the true false value. So let's hit play and let's hit space. We can see that, oh, our character is actually on the floor, which probably means
we figured that out earlier already, and we go there. We also did that earlier.
The jump force.
But why does it not work?
In Godot, I believe down is positive and up is negative for the y value. So we actually want minus equals the jump force. Let's run the game again. I'll remove the breakpoint. We hit space, and there's our jump.
I would have never figured that out without the information.
To go up. So negative values to come up here, positive values to go down. And our jump isn't very high, so we might want to click on our player and increase the jump force. Let's say 300. And this is the instance of the player, not the original player. So you can see in the original player scene, it's still 100. But out here in level, it's 300. So be aware of that. We're changing the copy of it inside of this scene, not the original values. So
nope, we're changing the original.
And there's our jump. Our character doesn't move very fast, so we might also want to increase the move speed to like 120. And there we have like much better movement. Now our character can't quite get up here yet, so we could either add in a double jump or we can increase the jump force. So I'll increase the jump force for right now. Let's hit play. Okay, maybe that's a little too much. Let's make it 350. You can also change these values during gameplay. You don't have to actually stop for that to happen. But we have basic gravity and jumping working there. Now, if you like those values and you want those to kind of be the defaults for your game, you can go into the player script and just change these and update them here. So 120.0, and then whenever you have a new instance of the script, these will be the default values. So jump force 350.0. If you save it, then we should see that they kind of reset there. If they haven't, then it's probably because the value is different in the player scene, not the instance, but the original saved one. So if we reset that in there, it should reset to the script default. Okay, now any copy of the player should move basically like this. And that's pretty much it. So to show one more thing, when our character's not on the ground, if I hit spacebar a bunch of times, you'll see that it's false because is on ground, it is false. So that kind of confirms that our is on floor check is working. We can remove that. So for now, our character can only do a ground jump. But I think we'll leave it there for this video, and we'll work on animations and possibly double jumps, adding in the shooting functions and all of that stuff in the upcoming videos. So thanks for watching to the end. I'll have the snapshots.
We'll definitely do another one. Maybe I want to try
Patreon links down below, and hopefully I'll see all of you guys and
to do the double jump myself, and then we
of the projectile platform
go into the next section. Which basically would just mean if we're not on the floor is on I basically would want not floor, not wall, not ceiling, right? So if it's not on the floor and it's not on the ceiling and is not on the wall, then it's allowed to jump again. Ooh, but that's more stuff. We wanted to only work again if we hit the ground again, right? So it's not nice to do it like that, but we can also just check that in here. Oh, and I think this must be else if, yeah. Else if we apply the air jump force. And if we have such high values, we should also set that here. And then this will be 150. Jump around, jump air. And jump air will yeah, I don't know if I want to do these methods in separate stuff. I don't know, I think this is good enough of capsulation. And then here we take a variable as air jumped bool false and we just set this to false whenever we try to jump and we are on the ground. And then if we're airborne, so not ceiling, not the wall, not on the floor, and we have not air jumped, then we do the jump of the air force. And I don't quite get why we would like put this in a separate method like this. I don't really understand what benefit that would have. Damn it. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. Okay, so this should make us double jump. Oh, additionally, we might want to set that to true. And this is now where it's weird, because I feel like, you know, this belongs in here, but setting that one outside is weird. So I don't really, I don't know, get that part. But yeah, we'll do it like this even, I think, so that we can't spam in any way to jump double. Wait. What am I reaching? I'm reaching like... I need to go somewhere to better measure. Oh, depending on when I press it. Yeah, the faster I double press, the higher I can jump, because I apply both of the forces quickly after another. And if I press quite late, the force jumping up is already very low. But that's mainly because we have a lower velocity here. Oh, I think if I change stuff in the script like that, I always need to restart if I don't start from the engine. Oh, if you already fall too fast, then of course it will only dampen our acceleration. So we need to be on the peak to still apply something, or on the moving upward. But still, if we spam it, we'll have the highest velocity. Okay. Oh, but we can't double jump if we're at the wall. Maybe I don't care for the wall thing actually. So we'll just do it like that. Because now I can... Yeah, now I can also do it when I'm touching a wall. I wonder how he will solve it, because I feel like the downward velocity should be reset, kinda. So if this is velocity y is bigger than 0, that's when we're falling down. Then we want to do this equals air force, jump air force. Else we do that. Why is that not possible? Oh. Okay, let's see how that goes. Doesn't work at all. Damn it. Maybe smaller? No, that was correct. But this is not correct, I guess. So when we fall... When we fall down, which this implies, right? Why am I not allowed to set it to the jump air force directly? Shouldn't that be the correct thing? Oh. Negative, probably.
Platformer series. First, I want to do a little bit of cleanup before we continue.
No,
and then
pressing all the wrong buttons. Stop it. We're not cleaning up yet. We're trying to do fun stuff. Okay, now is it working? Now it is working as I want it to be. And now it also makes sense to have it in its own function. Okay. and we can listen to what he tells us on how to do it better. In a second, when I feel like it feels good. Why is it so much weaker? Is 100 actually that much? Would kind of be interesting to, if you're already falling down, you do the full ground lounge, else you do the air. So if you're already falling down, you get more acceleration. So you would need to possibly not jump double directly, but wait till you're falling down again. So the direct spam now, this is the maximum height that we can reach. But with correct timing, we can get higher. Even if only a tiny bit. This feels good to me. Damn it. Okay, we'll do a short break and I'll grab something to drink or something like that. And then we'll do his third actually, do the third part. Where is BRB screen? I should have turned up the music when I was gone. And this is the wrong scene. This. Okay, let's listen to what we will learn now. Oh, interesting. And the settings we put here only apply to launching this. So I guess I could also... Damn it. I should fiddle around a bit less, but it's just making so much fun that maybe it's fine. I guess this one here, debug collisions. If I put that to true and launch from here. Ooh, now I have it. Okay, I like that. But we don't want it for now. Okay, so let's listen what cleanup stuff we will do.
Setting up. First, I want to do a little bit of cleanup before we continue, and then I think we'll start setting up a simple projectile for our character. It won't be the final one, but we can at least get started with having our character be able to shoot something. So first off, with 1-bit, generally the background would be a solid black color. But since the start, it's just been a gray, which is the default background color when you don't have any tiles showing over it or any background images. So if we want to change that, we can go up to project settings, and I think if we search for color, we should be able to get it. Rendering environment, and we can change the default clear color here to just a solid black if that's what we prefer. So if we think that looks good, we can do that. Or we can try changing it to something else too. It doesn't necessarily have to be black. 1-bit just means that you switch between two different colors. But I think
can I do hex? FF, oh my god, is it 9900 or 88? Wait, debug this, but then the player and everything cannot be white, but needs to be in a certain gray shape. Can I also... Damn, I just can't just follow the tutorial, can I? Modulation, and make this a gray. Wait, let me do FF9900, and then okay. Shouldn't that work? Maybe it doesn't work because we didn't pick it as a tile set. Oh my god, how can I undo? Do I need to draw again? Seems like there's probably better ways to do this rather than modulating it like this. I think it can be even darker. I think it can be even darker. Okay, and then let's check in the player, in the sprite. We can probably also have a modulation here. We don't? Modulate. Visibility. Canvas item. Visibility. Modulate. What did I pick? 5555? Maybe I would want it the other way around. So this would be that. The tile map set would be that. And then the project rendering environment would be this. I don't hate it.
We'll go with the black for now. So let's close that. So after setting it to black, I'll just close that out. And just to make sure that it's running in game like that as well. Well, there we go. We have our black background. So as much contrast as possible with the white. Okay, now I want to jump over to the player script, and we'll see that we have the try jump and jump functions. So the player obviously needs to be able to do that, but many platformer characters, whether that's like an NPC or an enemy, may also need to be able to jump. So I think what we should do is take our jump functions, so that's underscore jump and try jump, cut this away from here and put it into platformer character 2D. So I'm just going to paste that right in there under the direction property and save it. And then if we go to player and save, platformer character 2D. So I'm just going to paste that right in there under the direction property and save it. And then if we go to player and save, well, it looks like we also need to bring in the jump force property. So I think I'll grab both of these over to platformer character 2D as well. Let's put them above direction and save. Okay, and now jump force is a property.
I'm not sure if I like to structure it like that, or if I would rather have this, like the things together that belong together. Okay. But shouldn't everyone also have a move speed? Then this also should go there, and then the player is just empty, which would be fine, because what makes the player is the way how we define the direction, right? How we apply the direction, I feel like is maybe not so specific. Or whatever.
In the platform script, so that should be able to save. And if we go back to player and hit save, we should be able to do that. So really the only thing the player is doing now differently than platformer character is that it actually has a physics process function for controlling how this character moves. So in 2D, let's hit play and make sure the character is still working. Okay, cool. The advantage here is now that we have the same code that will be shared with other enemies that might need to jump later. Though how the jump actually executes is going to be based on that enemy's logic, not player input, is really the main difference. So as a condition for that, maybe we should go to...
Is it though? If I apply the jump like this directly, then I here define how the velocity is applied. And same with the gravity. So I wouldn't say that the handling is the same or is this different, because this is not doing the jump direction. I would need a jump direction that only here I apply and not apply it once. Then I would agree. But like this, what could we do here different in any other enemy or something like that? We're literally just applying gravity and move and slide. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. He'll teach us.
Player character, and above jump force, I'll add a @export var can ground jump and set that to true by default. Or if you prefer, you can just have all your Boolean toggles off until you manually turn them on. So maybe we do it like that. Can ground jump is false, and then you have to manually set it in the inspector for platformer character 2D, like here, if you want the character to be able to jump. Up to you if you prefer those to be off or on. So,
but why would I want that? What's wrong with it? Wrong with it? Oh, 2 colons. I feel like this belongs there. Let's sort it like this. And the direction can be on top if it wants to. I don't know about this. Can we override the default value of can jump? If we cannot jump, pass, return, else elif unexpected identifier in class body. What did I mess up? Where is it broken now? Must the signals be on top? If it's not that, then what is it? Oh, it was this class. So I cannot override members. And probably I could only do it on an onReady function. So if we now try it, we can't jump. But if we take the player and make it able to jump, it works. Okay. Fine with me.
So as an extra condition here for try jump, we're going to want to put can ground jump and is on floor. So now if the character does not have ground jump enabled, then the jump is never going to work. This is also useful if you ever need to just disable this one function of ground jump, so that let's say there's a scene where you have a player that moves left and right, but for that scene you don't actually want him to be able to jump whatsoever, so you're restricting the player, then you can do that with this Boolean toggle as well. But also useful so that for characters who are platformer character 2Ds that shouldn't be able to jump, like let's say you have a flying enemy, then you can just disable it here, and you don't need to worry about the jump force or any of the other properties because it's already disabled. So that character already won't be able to jump, even though the code is technically there for that.
I don't quite get why that is something that we want to implement by inheritance, where we might as well just have another component which is jumping, which then applies that ability, as these are also relying on the direction property, right? Both of them. So the facing relies on direction properties in the character that we're using, and relies on connecting to that signal. Oh, but not directly, only on the signal, right? But still. And then this directly... Damn it. Sets the direction. And even requires try, jump, and shoot. So if we have it like this, we might as well take it from the platform character and just have this code as the jump code. Only disadvantage I would see is that if you apply the player input here and you didn't also add the jumping node, it would be broken and you wouldn't know. And then the player input would need to know the jump to use that, because it can't take the owner or an assigned player. But that would be fine. It would just, instead of calling try jump, it would emit a jump event here maybe, and the other one would connect to the jump event, or we would add a jump like this, like the player input actions. We have a character jump actions and link that and then use it to call it here, rather than have it in the platform character directly. Yeah, I don't know why the differentiation is made like that. Maybe by accident,
so
or
play, and I'll show you that I hit spacebar. And
maybe a reason I don't get.
I toggle it on here, then once again, our character is able to jump. So you probably want to save that property on in the player scene to just make sure our player can still jump. So now in the level view, if we look at our tile set,
I only activated it for the level, where it would be smart to have it wherever we place the player by default, it's on. Okay.
We can see that there's like a bunch of extras we can add to our scene, so we might want to do that for a bit. So why don't we rename the first tile map layer ground layer, and then I'll right click.
We will do that, but for that I need to draw it all orange. Okay, so let's see, where do we do what?
Layer, ground layer, and then I'll right click, add another.
Ground layer, and then Control A, tile map layer. We move it here, maybe. We move it here, and it's foreground layer. Foreground layer? That looks really bad. And then let's take that and use the same tile set we have already. And then with this, we can place some stuff in the foreground, which looks awful because it's not aligned properly. Oh my god. I'm not used to the buttons I need to press to scroll. Oh, I can drag. Okay, then I will drag and scroll from now on. Can we draw the texture origin? I'll just move the origin of all of these. And now in the tile map, it looks better, I think. Can I also draw it rotated directly? Or flipped rather. Flipped. Okay. And then... Oh, these hang from the ceiling, so they are moved in the wrong direction in the tile set. So it's probably the opposite for these two. Oh my god. Only one, please. Perfect. Why is this even so big? Let's place... Oh, I can even place them together. Ooh. Ooh. Which means I can also do this. Yeah. Let's put this tree here. And also one here. And a big mushroom here. And a small tree here. Yeah, and we're behind it, right? Yeah, okay. Okay.
Layer, so that's going to be a tile map layer. Position it above it, and then let's rename it and call it the foreground layer, as in the objects that are sitting in front of the player. So I just want to have these tiles in the foreground layer. So on
But shouldn't they be lower?
Make sure that the tile set's set to.
If I put that here and I play it, aren't I now in front of it? Also, my orange tone doesn't, it's not the same as the background orange, is it? But I definitely picked the same color. But this shows that I'm in front now. So it should be here. Yeah, now I'm behind. I want the trees, but in the background layer. Okay.
The platformer one. And then I'm going to select the tiles and just put them in where I want to have some trees. So I'm selecting 2 tiles at once so that I actually basically post both of them around the scene. And we can have like some random foliage. If you want to kind of go randomly between these, you can select all 6 and then click the random button. And then when we left click a tile, it's going to randomly put in one of those 6 types of foliage. You can also set probabilities on the foliage if you want. I think you do that in tile set, and then you go to, let's see, paint, property editor, probability. And if you set the probability to something different than 1, it's going to show up more or less depending. So if you have a high
dirt terrain. Foreground. These. Random. Whatever scattering is. Oh, the difference in between. Can I also... No, not like that. Copy somehow? P. Okay, whatever I did, it has not done what I wanted. Oh, because I still have random. Damn it.
higher probability, like 2 or 3, then it's going to show up 2 or 3 times as much if you're randomly generating compared to a tile that has a 1.0 probability. And obviously you can go below 1.0. For right now, I don't really think that's needed. Just wanted to show that. So yeah, this is helping a little bit. Now, I also noticed that these tiles here look a little awkward with the trees. So I'm almost thinking that this isn't actually supposed to be the ground tile, to be honest. This is my first time working with this specific tile set. So maybe we need to set up some of these, because this looks more like it would be the ground for what goes under the tree. So let's go to ground layer on the top left, tile map, and then we'll select these tiles here and just kind of draw there and see if that's a little better for us. Of course, there's some other types of tiles we can choose, but let's kind of see what works for us. And we can set up a terrain again as well. So if we want to do that, we should add another terrain in the inspector for ground layer. So down here for terrain sets, let's add one, and I'll call this ground 2. I don't really know precisely what we should be calling these, but we can rename that terrain later if we need to. So
okay, that means that my tile set needs to be painted the origin of 0, needs to have the origin of 0 for all of these again. And now they are floating, but we can where do we need? Oh, here. Platform. And then we add ground. And then we tile set paint terrain ground. Wait, why is this highlighted? Oh, because it's green. I see, I see. Ground. Okay, so it can't be two things at the same time. I think this looks fine because it's ending in the top, right? So we will grab these. The thing is, what do we do with the centerpiece? If there's nothing, will it still work? And now we paint terrain ground. Doesn't have the pieces applied here though. This does not look correct. I think it needs the centerpiece. Wait, why is this one? Okay, wherever. Can I not unset these if I click them once? Terrain, no terrain. Okay. Terrain set 1. Platform, ground. And I think I need the centerpiece for this to work. Damn, where was that I could oh, okay, now it is a tile. Now I can paint it with ground color. And now if I tile map ground this, oh, we also have all the parts. Okay. That worked. I think we just draw it like this. And see how it goes. Ugh. Let's try to fix these. Anywhere else broken? I'm not sure if I like it though, that it's just that. Yes, sure, please, come on. Tile set. A tile set. Paint. Collision. Physics layer. And those, I think, are hard corners, right? Oh, damn it. Clear. Reset. I mean, we could fix that corner there, but I think that shouldn't matter. Okay, let's see again. No. I mean, that looks fine. I think that looks better than before, actually. I wouldn't have expected it, but it does. Okay, happy with that.
So to set up ground 2, we'll go over to tile set at the bottom, paint, and instead of probability, we're looking for terrains, and terrain set 0, ground 2, so we can set all of these. Okay, so you might notice that this set actually has a bunch of other pieces as well. So let's basically select all of these. And although it looks like there's nothing inside of here, I think we still need to set the bit mask to the inner pieces, not the outer pieces, because this is still on the inside part of the terrain that we're trying to auto tile. So it should still look like this, and we might need to create a manual tile there for like the blank space, but we'll come back to that in a second. And then this goes down like that. This is just a one piece in the middle, and then over here like that. And you can right click to remove if you make a mistake.
Interesting. Like that, it is more flexible, I guess. Let's fix that too. So we give all of these the same collision, and then we want to paint ground. Inside. And paint it like that. And now, if we paint something like this, oh, it will also work. I think there's no tile for... Oh, okay, this also works. And even this and that. This will not work, right? Why can't it do that shape? Shouldn't it be able to? In the tile set, it would be this connected to that, and then this should be able to connect to that one. So in theory it should draw that correctly. What if I do it like that? That worked. Oh my god. It's perfect. Okay. Oh, these are wrong though. These are all wrong. Or not? I mean, they're kind of in the foreground now. Why are they wrong? Didn't we apply the paint the origin so that it's correct? Yeah, it's... Why is it off the grid? These are off the grid. Did I accidentally move the grids? No. This is fine. I like that. Oh, wait, it's actually above the grid slightly. How? What? How is this half the grid size? Oh no, it's actually, it has an offset, it seems like. Where can I see the offset? Transformation? Position. How did I do that? Okay, and you're also position, transformation, 0, 0. Okay. And now it's still floating. But the trees work with the background. And those work correctly. It's just these still that are false. So they need correction. Weird though. Okay, let's play once and then... Now they're no longer floating. They are wrong now. Damn it. They are right? Or are they only wrong on the left side? Oh, it's only this one wrong. Did I place the wrong piece or what? Tile map. Oh, it's not. This is just inside of the corner every time. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's all working now. Maybe this is cloud. I don't know. Delete it for now. I want the cooler platform because it can do stuff like this. Just placing things makes so much fun. Wait, is that the base? No, that's something else, right? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Oh, my rules are flawed. Are they? Yeah. If I double jumped and then jump when I'm falling, I cannot jump. So my double jump only applies if I jump before. I don't have just an airborne jump. Which now is the rule, but it's not what I expected from the jump. So if I just run off an edge, I cannot jump and just fall. Huh. Okay. Let's follow the tutorial a bit more. While we hide there.
Mistake, but I think that is basically how our bit mask needs to be, minus this one tile. So to set up that one tile, let's click it just in setup and then one click. Okay, nice, that was easy. And then we add it to our ground 2. And then this will be our center. So to set up that one tile, let's click it.
That's how we did it.
Setup and then one click. Okay, nice, that was easy. And then we add it to our ground 2. And then this will be our centerpiece. So we want to go to tile map now and terrains, ground, and let's drag over the space where we had previously set the dirt tiles. So kind of like that. And we can see that's going to be our ground. Now, obviously, this means that
I think here
is a lot less insight.
This might also benefit from that.
Okay, let's try getting this bit in here. And I'll left click and go up the edges. Still no corner pieces, but that's okay. And to make the bottom like way further under, I might use the rectangular tool and just drag this further too as well. Okay, so yeah, I just thought it would look a lot better if the trees were actually flush against the ground rather than with these tiles up here where there's like that 1 pixel where it's mostly black space. It just feels like that wasn't intended to do for trees, so to speak. So maybe this is a little bit more correct. So Oh, well, there we go. We still need to add physics into the trees. So if we remember how to do that, if you go to paint mode on tile set, we just do physics layer 0, and we can add that to all of these squares. Now, you can see for these squares that all of their pixels go flush against the edges, so we don't actually need to customize the physics shape at all. Just having a like a solid square will be perfectly fine for those. While we're at it, if you want, you can just add in these other ones as well. Maybe we go to setup and click there for an extra tile. All of these are perfectly square tiles, so setting this up is basically as easy as it can be. You just gotta drag over all the tiles with the physics shape for ground, and that's pretty much it. So later on, if we ever use these other sets of tiles, then they'll already have their physics set up. And now we can hit play and have our character move around the scene. If we want, we can turn off visible collision shapes and then restart the scene.
Ooh.
And kind of see a bit more
I
how it's
like
actually going
it.
to look. So not too bad. Maybe we need to make the ground run on for a lot longer. So for our level, we can still just take the ground terrain, ground layer, terrains, ground, and drag this out a lot further and worry about the details later. But it's kind of weird if our level ends after, like, 5 seconds of walking. So just take this out as far as you want it to go. E for eraser tool if you need to remove a layer of these tiles. One more time, we can get a general sense of the feel so far. So pretty much where we need to be to start setting up some other mechanics and probably some basic enemies. So I'm going to jump into our player scene. And for our player, when we are setting up a projectile, we're going to want a launch point for the player. So I think by the end of the series, what we're going to do...
That's not what I wanted. Oh, I have the wrong tool. Okay. We'll just set up something longer, as said before, but just way deeper. And then we can place stuff down there. But we still start up in top here. Give me the player, please. And we will start falling. Okay.
Is make it so that the launch point actually follows the mouse cursor. So it'll be a distance away from the player, but rotated around in a circle so that we can kind of shoot in all directions depending on where we aim the mouse. And maybe we'll put a little sprite for that too. But let's right click for now, and I'm going to add a child node. So this will just be node 2D, and I'll call it something like suit position, or maybe positioner. I think I like that a little better. And I'm going to hit W, and I'm just going to move this away from the player. So this will basically be the point where we instantiate a projectile from whenever we are pressing our shoot button, which I think we already set up in project settings import map. So we have the import there. Then we just need to press the button and make sure that we execute the
I'm currently not listening to the video, which
positioning where we instantiate the object and actually calling the shoot function are so closely related. I'll put
damn it.
The positioner so that we can kind of...
Okay. Let's get down, look at it. I like it. And then when we fell off the edge, we will read and listen what we should do next.
Shoot in all directions depending on where we aim the mouse. And maybe we'll put a little sprite for that too. But let's right click for now, and I'm going to add a child node. So this will just be node 2D, and I'll call it
Now the color worked as it should, and we actually have the same color. Okay. Add a node, normal node to D.
Something like suit position, or maybe positioner. I think I like that a little better. And I'm going to hit W, and I'm just going to move this away from the player. So this will basically be the point where we instantiate a projectile from whenever we are pressing our shoot button, which I think we already set up in project settings import map. So we have the import there. Then we just need to press the button and make sure that we execute the shoot action. So since positioning where we instantiate the object and actually calling the shoot function are so closely related, I'll put those in the same object. So I'm just going to call this the shooter, and let's right click and attach a script to it. So we'll call the script shooter.gd. I'm going to put it in characters instead of player, since this is not really specific to the player. Just like any character that needs to be able to shoot a projectile is going to probably reuse this script. So I'll put it in characters instead, and let's call the script shooter. So our shooter class is going to launch projectiles when try shoot is called successfully. There might be some conditions where a player or a character can't shoot, for instance being out of ammo. So I think having a try shoot method is making some sense. So we'll have a function try shoot, which is going to return a boolean. So for now I'll just have it return false because it's not implemented. If you want to be fancy, you could say something like push error and then not implemented too, which will put an error in the console log whenever you call this function and just make it very, very clear that you haven't written the code yet. Then we'll also have function shoot underscore shoot, which when try shoot conditions are met, will shoot a projectile. And then in order to shoot something, we need to know what our projectile is. So I'll say at export var projectile, and this will be a projectile class. So I'll actually create this resource projectile. And for that, I suppose in our project, I'll create a resource folder for weapons. So if we right click in here, do a new folder for projectiles, and then I'll right click here and do a new script, which will be a resource, and I'll call this projectile.gd. Okay, so this will be class name projectile, which is a object that can be shot, not
Okay.
create a
I need to go a bit back. I didn't fully listen.
Return false because it's
okay.
Making some sense. So we'll have a function try shoot, which is going to return a boolean. So for now, I'll just have it.
This will also not work.
It's not implemented. If you want to be fancy, you could say something like push error and then not implemented too, which will put an error in the console log whenever you call this function and just make it very, very clear that you haven't written the code yet. Then we'll also have function shoot underscore shoot, which when try shoot conditions are met, will shoot a projectile. And then in order to shoot something, we need to know what our projectile is. So I'll say at export var projectile, and this will be a projectile class. So I'll actually create this resource projectile. And for that, I suppose in our project, I'll create a resource folder for weapons. So if we right click in here, do a new folder for projectiles, and then I'll right click here and do a new script.
Level next to levels and characters. Weapon.
Which will be a resource.
Okay, and then that was the wrong button. Shouldn't it be that? No. Wait. What is my shortcut to create a folder? I did press that. Maybe I didn't. Projectile. And then probably in there. What a resource.
And I'll call this projectile.gd. Okay, so this will be class name projectile, which is a object that can be shot. Not every projectile necessarily would do damage, but the idea is that it can be fired from some kind of projectile weapon, like a bow or something. And then we...
Oh. Now it works. Class name projectile.
We need to set up the properties for this, which you probably want something like a display name as a string name for the projectile. So that would be how you want it to be represented in game if you ever need to refer to it by text. We could say that each projectile can have an icon, which I think is a texture 2D. And it's going to need a scene to instantiate. So export var scene, a packed scene. So whenever you instantiate a projectile, you're instantiating a packed scene. So when we're thinking of a packed scene, you should think of whatever you build in the scene editor, all of the nodes under it, when you save it to one file in your project as a .tscn. So then you can create copies of it by doing the packed scene.instantiate and then add it as a child to your scene and position it where it needs to be. So this might be the basics of what we need. We can always add extra properties to it. So let's go to shooter and Control S here to save it. And then in shooter and the inspector, we should be able to see it as...
You had that earlier where we just needed to relaunch it and then it was fine? Yeah.
A exported variable. But currently I don't. I'll actually reload the player scene in the hierarchy. So
wait, so now the player shooter.
So player.s here to save it. And then in shooter and the inspector, we should be able to see it as a exported variable. But currently I don't. I'll actually reload the player scene in the hierarchy. So player.tscn and see if it pops up there. Okay, still doesn't. I'll even try reloading the project. Okay, and this time it actually loaded. So you can try that if...
God, I thought it crashed. But I guess it didn't. So now it has the projectile property. Okay. Let's continue.
It wasn't working for you. So we need to set a projectile in the shooter in order to have something to launch. So let's create a new projectile here. Remember, projectile is a resource. And we'll give it the display name basic, I guess, basic projectile. Icon, well, we could select a atlas, right? So I'll do new atlas texture. And then from the atlas, we want to quick load the monochrome tile map package, and then edit region to select what we want as the icon.
Oh, that's too fast. Name basic texture atlas. Why do I not have the thing he has?
Package.
Oh.
We want to quick load the monochrome tile map package, and then edit region to select what we want as the icon for our projectile. So I'll change this to
edit region
to grid snap, and let's zoom in here. Now this pack doesn't really have any projectiles, so to speak, but I'm just going to kind of work with what we've got. So I think that these kind of look like a bullet, so I will select this as the icon, and then...
And if it's has a direction, this would be cooler. But I'm not sure if we will do direction, so I better not mess around with it too much. Just follow a tutorial.
As a scene, we'll need to create a new scene.
Wait, how do I accept it? Just close?
So I think that these kind of look like a bullet, so I will select this as the icon. And then as a scene, we'll need to create a new scene. So let's create that up here. Control S to save the player first. And actually, let's save this projectile to the project. So in weapons, projectiles, I want to save, let's say projectile basic.tres and save that there. Okay, so that just saves the resource to the project. So it's not solely existing in
too fast.
I want to save the player first. And actually, let's save this projectile to the project. So in weapons, projectiles, I want to save, let's say projectile basic.tres and save that there. Okay, so that just saves the resource to the project. So it's not solely existing in this scene, but in the project itself. Now let's create our actual instantiatable projectile. So add a new scene, 2D view, 2D scene. The root of our projectile, let's see, what type do we want that to be? Probably some kind of body. If you want to apply physics to it, then rigid body makes sense. So if you want your projectile to be easily affected by gravity or that sort of thing, then you can make it a rigid body 2D. I think I would point out in my testing, I've seen that rigid body 2Ds are a lot more resource intensive because obviously they're part of the physics system. If you just want to manually move everything in code, then an area 2D might make more sense. So you have to move it manually, and then you detect when the area enters another object. And then you can do stuff like damage the enemy and remove the projectile. So for this project, it'll probably be perfectly fine.
Obsidian BLK, I think that's right how to pronounce it. Hi, welcome in. Yep, just close it. I was so focused, I have no idea in which moment you said that, or in which context. I'm sorry. Was it when I started the program to get the property, something like that? My brain is just fully oh, when I had the atlas open. Yeah, I see. Yeah, thanks for the hint. If I would have read it, it would be very helpful rather than waiting for him to do it and rewatch. But sometimes if you know nothing about stuff, I'm just so phased out and just trying to follow what's said in the tutorial. But yeah, welcome in. I'm trying to learn Godot, obviously. Titus says that. And then try to do some gain afterwards, but with more procedural stuff. So I probably won't use tile sets in the way I learn here, but I think it's really good to get into the engine and try everything out. And then afterwards, I'll see what I do if I still want to follow my idea, or if it's too much effort and too big of a project to have like kind of a spore-like generation but in 2D, so you really shape the body of the creatures and plants and have a little ecosystem. But yeah, I'll see. So far, with how quick I'm with this tutorial, with 1 hour 30, taking me, I don't know, in total 4 hours, 5 hours, I'll have quite some time till I will think about the actual project, because the video is like 8 hours or something and covering everything in detail.
You may want to stress test your game and make sure that if you have like 500 or 1,000 bullets on the screen, that it doesn't project it'll. And then
did I miss? Oh, he just selected area 2D.
Do you object? And then you can do stuff like damage the enemy and remove the projectile. So for this project, it'll probably be perfectly fine. If we have like 50 bullet rigid bodies.
Do you also do game development? Do you have any cool projects I could check out? Your first game engine? Oh, I did like I did Unreal for a really short time and tried to do some 2D stuff, but then in the end I stopped because the stuff I wanted to do was just not working the way I wanted. I wanted kind of to snap it to a 3-lane grid and move between the lanes. And kind of jump the sprites position wise and stuff like that, and it all didn't really work. So I did some Unreal Engine with scripting, with the scripting language they have, but then stopped again. But I am programmer for I think 10 years now, so I know some stuff, just not game engine, just not games. Or how it works in Godot, but so far I like Godot way more than Unreal Engine. I've been poking with Godot for about 4 or 5 years maybe. Oh, okay, that's quite more experience than I am with my 6 hours into Godot. But as far as it's really, I like the scripting language. Usually I like on my day job, I do C++ programming for like the most part, and then React I would say second high, and Java afterwards as the languages. And so far I like the scripting language quite a lot. I'm just not so much into Python, so I would like my curly brackets rather than having the tabs. You can use C++ with Godot. Just for, oh yeah, I checked that. But I think for learning the engine, there's so much more material and resources for the for GDScript. So I definitely want to stick with GDScript, and only if I need to, I will like go to C++ stuff. I think that's the smarter way, and I will struggle enough, so I don't need to, make it even harder by trying to directly go into the less convenient and not so much used language, right? But yeah, I read that, and it's like some extension stuff you do, right? So if at any point I want to do something more advanced that I feel like GDScript will just be a pain to use for that, I'll definitely switch to C++ for that.
The scene, but you may want to stress test your game and make sure that if you have like 500 or 1,000 bullets on the screen,
well, the code is written in C++. Yeah, I read that too. Like I could just recompile, right? The only thing that I was confused is that they don't use. Wait, what was it? It wasn't. I'm not sure if I find it. They don't use CMake to build it, right? They have some other thing I never heard of before, Scale or something like that, about the engine. Build. Yeah, I can't find it, but I'm used to like CMake, C++ setup with Ninja as the actual builder, or build schedule or whatever. But I think they have something different they use. You could download the sources and code it directly. Oh yeah. I run Linux, so it's just a simple package get for me. Oh yeah, for me, if I would want to build it myself, like from the C++ sources, right, then I think there was something else than CMake, which is their build tool and scheduling to build everything together and all of that. But I haven't looked into that. I just read that and was like, yeah, if I want to do C++, I'll figure it out at that point. Though I say that, but I thought it also came with VS solution included. What do you mean with VS solution included? You mean in your package that you just got with the package manager? I'm not sure. Visual solution file. Oh, Oh, interesting. I mean, it could be that their build system actually outputs the Visual Studio file, which you can then build stuff with. Maybe. I don't know. As I said, like, it could be that this thing they use... Wait. Let me see if I can find it. Godot. Build tools. Scoons. Yeah, it's scoons. So it could be that scoons actually this is where it's built with. And it could be, I didn't read into this, that this maybe works with Visual Studio stuff. It seems like generation of the project's files and all of that. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's using scones to then generate like the Visual Studio stuff, and then with that it's somehow built. Could be. But for me, I always CMake. We in our projects always go with CMake for the C++ part. So this is what I'm used to, which you'll just have the CMake files and everything else built instead. Yeah. But you know, as far as I don't need it, so I'll switch to that and figure all that out when I actually am forced to by either like structural or performance limitations, which I'm not sure if I'll ever reach them. So for now I'm fine with just having my GD scripts and implement the stuff there. To be fair, C++ never had an official project solution set up, so there are too many. Yeah. That's true. And then also all the different compilers and everything. It's just a little Wild West for whatever you want to do. And then all the platforms. But yeah,
and try a different component as your root.
If I don't need to go that route,
and just call it.
I'll be happy with that, or fine with that.
Project under projectiles, so basic projectile.tscn, and we're gonna need a sprite or animated sprite for this. So let's search for animated sprite 2D, and the animation.
Sometimes he goes so far, and sometimes I can easily follow. I don't know.
I'll do for this. So let's search for to the project under project.
Basic projectile. I mean, sure. Well, I do not want to interrupt your learning anymore. Then I have good luck with the Godot journey, my friend. Thank you for dropping by. Yeah, I have so much more to learn, but yeah, if you want to drop by again at some point, maybe I'll actually have some progress or started my project and something to tell, but probably not anytime soon. So yeah. Thanks for... Wait, why is no sound playing? Thanks for the follow. You should get a sound too, which I don't know why it didn't happen. Just imagine a sound. I will not do any sound effect now. I would only embarrass myself. You heard the sound. Wait, why didn't I? Oh, probably OBS doesn't feedback the sound to my headphones, because probably my monitor settings are wrong or something like that. Well, then everything is good, and thank you for the follow. Yeah, so I saved that somewhere.
So basic projectile.tscn, and we're gonna need a sprite or animated sprite for this. So let's search for animated sprite 2D. In the animation, I'll do a new sprite frames. Animation we can leave set to default. the FPS 10, and then I'm going to add frame.
Default FPS 10. And then browsing.
Frames from the art pack. The FPS 10, and then I'm going to add frames from the art pack. So of course we want probably
wait, but didn't
frames,
we?
Or we can take all three of them as well if we want. So let's
I
see.
thought I earlier already I already grabbed them, the projectile, didn't I? I saved it as a resource.
Gotta make the size 16 by 16 over there. And then 1, 2, 3. Add 3 frames. We can hit play, and if we zoom in, that's kind of like our animation there for the projectile. I think that kind of works. I was thinking of going like 0, 1, 2, 1. If we want, I think you can copy and paste that. So let me see that. Copy frames and then paste frames after. Yeah, so that does make it look different. This is a little bit more dramatic, but you can see the difference there if you have the 1 frame also be the 3 frame. But honestly, I kind of like this a little better. So we created the projectile script, but we also need a projectile script of sorts to attach here to the...
I'm so confused. Why did I create the resource and selected the icon if we don't really use anything for it? Oh, maybe it's just a placeholder icon? And then this will be the new scene that we create. So this will be our basic projectile in a second, maybe.
The actual scene instance. So for the projectile script we already created, I'm actually gonna rename that to something else. Let's call this a fireable and save that. And I'm gonna rename the script fireable.
Keys too fast for me. He wants to rename this to fireable. Fireable, fire. My poor English knowledge does not understand. How do I write that? Fireable, fireable. Oh, it's just not a word. Okay.
GD. So then in Shooter, where we need a fireable, let's do fireable and then fireable as the type and save that. And then that'll free up the name for projectile, which will actually attach to the basic projectile. So when we shoot a fireable, we get a projectile in the scene. I just thought that makes a little more sense name-wise. So in basic projectile scene, let's add a new script to the root, and this will be projectile.gd. I'll create the script, and it doesn't necessarily need to extend straight from rigid body 2D. We could try something like physics body 2D, which you can see already has move and collide as a function and can get the gravity. So probably no need to constrain the script to that level. So I'm actually going to extend. I
think earlier I didn't pay attention because as I understood, he selected the area 2D and not the rigid body, but I guess I misunderstood. Body 2D. That how it's written? Is this how it's written? Let's just delete and request has failed. No script yet? Okay, I'm breaking everything, damn it. Don't save. Go back. Change type. Rigid. 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 Body 2D. And now I wanna create the script again.
And it doesn't.
Though I think it doesn't matter too much
Projectile.
how I create this.
I'll create the script, and it doesn't necessarily.
The setup is broken now. It opened it here and not in this. Okay. Let's try to fix this by reloading the project. I didn't save it, maybe? Great. Wait, how do I... Oh, that was it. Basic project. Why does he call things... I don't like this. Why is not everything called basic projectile? Projectile. Projectile. Damn it. Projectile. I guess I'm awake too long. The typing gets even worse than usual.
Extend straight from rigid body 2D. We could try something like physics body 2D.
Oh my god, why is it broken now?
Collide as a function and can get the gravity. So probably no need to constrain the script to that level. So I'm actually going to extend physics body 2D for right now. And we'll give it the class name projectile. And in a sense, the projectile is going to be a moving object launched from some source that can collide with other objects inside the scene. When you do the two hashtags like this, that's just setting a comment describing the class. So if I was actually to search projectile within our...
How did I ruin it all by just deleting one file? I'm also not sure where I was, where I set that. Text editor maybe, external. But this is set and correct. So it should open code and not this. Maybe I'll just fully restart it. Damn. Okay, I remember that forever. Don't delete files in Visual Studio Code. Just don't risk it. Okay, now this works again. Okay, okay. This also works. This doesn't work. Ah, interesting. Weird that that's broken. Is it broken for everything? No, it's just broken for this one. Okay. I'll just accept that and hope it doesn't break again.
Our project now. If we reload, we go back to projectile. Okay, so for our projectile, we're going to need a move speed. So export var move.
Okay. After that short derail, let's fix stuff here. Physics. Body 2D. Export var
move speed is going to be a float, and let's set that to something like 300. We can also make this at export range like we did with the other properties. So at export range, and this be 0 to 300, 0.2 or greater. Control S, And then that gives us this little slider bar, and we can't go below 0. So we'll reset that to 300. And so when our projectile enters the scene, we want to set the speed or the velocity of our projectiles. So I guess we can do function ready. And we want to take, let's see, do we have velocity on this?
Did I not save? I did save. Okay, it's still broken. Close this. We need to fix that somehow. Reset this. Quick load. Projectile. Okay, now it's fixed. 300. 500. Okay. We're back at it.
Or does velocity actually only exist on a rigid body 2D? So for a rigid body 2D, you would actually use linear velocity. You can either set that directly if you want to manually override the speed, or you can add forces to the rigid body with like apply force. So basically it'll take the mass and the amount of force and use that to calculate how much extra speed that gives the object. So rigid bodies can get a little bit more intricate in that way, but we can keep it simple on the launch. But we do have to make it extend a rigid body 2D now, because linear velocity is of the rigid body 2D class, not the physics body 2D class. So we'll say linear velocity is equal to, or we should say linear velocity dot x is equal to the move speed. And the way that we will basically control the projectile's movement in non-left, right, x values is that we will rotate the object. So even if it's moving on left, right, if it's rotated a certain number of degrees, then it will actually be moving in terms of game space at an angle. So let's actually rename this to be initial
Let's hear that
left,
again.
right, x values is that we will rotate the object. So even if it's moving on left, right, if it's rotated a certain number of degrees, then it will actually be moving in terms of game space at an angle. So let's actually rename this to be initial speed, or initial velocity, I guess. And we'll rename that, save that, and yeah, I think that should be okay, actually. So in our basic projectile scene, we do need to give a rigid body a collision shape. So we'll right click here, add a collision shape. And this is kind of a spherical shape. So if we do circle shape, it's gonna make perfect sense here. I'll shrink this down to be, yeah, actually right there. Seems good. So that was like a 3 pixel radius, so 6 pixel diameter. And we could test this scene. It should move actually. And there's our projectile moving with gravity. So if you want to turn gravity off, you can just take the gravity scale and set that to 0. Or you could set it to something.
Okay, that I did wrong. What? How did he test it? What?
Shape. It's gonna make
yes.
Here. I'll shrink this down to be, yeah, actually right there. Seems good. So that was like a 3 pixel radius, so 6 pixel diameter. And we could test this scene. It should move actually. And there's our projectile move.
Why does it look different for him?
And we could test this scene. It should move 3 pixel radius.
It looks the same, but for me it says 4 and not 3. Probably fine.
So 6 pixel diameter.
Okay, where did
and we could
click?
test this scene.
Oh, when I click here, that's a new button. Current scene, specific scene, movie maker mode. Okay.
It should move actually. And there's our projectile moving with gravity. So if you want to turn gravity off, you can just take the gravity scale and set that to 0. Or you could set it to something like 0.1 gravity scale if you want gravity to still affect the projectile, but for it to actually still keep falling a little bit. So just
gravity scale under rigid body.
Just for right now, I'll leave the gravity scale set to 0.1. Let's go to our player scene, and we're going to have the shooter, right? So we need to assign our fireable, which, well, yeah, I guess we did rename the projectile basic to be fireable, so we should rename that resource as well, fireable basic, and for that.
Okay. Fireable. Oh, I didn't. I just kept it with basic. Let's do it like that. But probably I need to reassign now. Yeah. Quick load. Fireable. Normal load. Weapon, projectile. This. Selected reason does not match any type expected for the type fireable. No? Why not? Fireable and the shooter. Damn, that those are. Oh my god. I hate how everything is named differently. Some is camel case, some starts with a small capital. Oh my god. No, this is named the same. It should be exactly the fireable we need. We'll see if I broke something again with changing these. Damn, this was a bit scuffed with all the renaming and changes. The parts before were perfect. Let's see, shooter. And then fireable.
That we need to assign the scene. So quick load, and we're going to quick load the basic projectile as the actual scene we instantiate.
However, I broke that. Let's just delete this one and create it again. This. Grip snap. These, no. These, no. Yes. No. Yes. No. Oh, okay. It was this for the icon. Right? Yes. And now we can load the projectile. Okay, fixed. And now we save this under projectile fireable. And now it's fixed. Maybe.
And we want to set that in the shooter up here. So our default fireable is going to be the basic projectile shot. So now we instantiate, and we want to set that in the shooter. I'm going to quick load the basic, and for that we name that right to 0.1. Let's go to our player scene, and we're going to have the shooter, right? So we need to assign our fireable, which, well, yeah, I guess we did rename the projectile.
Oh, I think he double pressed to adjust it, right? Yeah, okay.
Resource as well, fireable.
Okay.
Basic,
and then
for that we need to
drag it.
The scene. So quick load,
but for some reason the dragging wouldn't work, so
the actual scene
yeah.
We instantiate, and we want to set that in the shooter.
Okay.
Up here. So our default fireable is going to be the basic projectile shot. So
I don't know why we need the icon, but we'll find out hopefully.
At this position using the shooter script. So if we click here, when we try shoot, we're not going to have any ammo yet. So we're just going to actually shoot and then return true. I'll give it the return false for right now. Eventually, we probably will have some conditions here that might make it so that you can't fire a projectile. But for right now, that'll work. So inside of shoot, we're going to get our projectile by instantiating it, and we're going to do fireball, if I can spell, dot instantiate. Oh, wait, fireball.scene.instantiate. And when we instantiate it, we want it to be as a projectile. Okay, and now we need to know where we're going to add it as a child of, right? So in the level, we probably want to have it.
Let me check this real quick. Fireable scene that. The fireable is what we attached there. And then the scene is the actual scene we created. And that one we want to get a copy from. So it will be a copy of this. Okay.
A group node here for holding all of the projectiles. We don't want to make the projectile a child of the player, because if we do that, then first off, deleting the player would delete all the projectiles too, but also as a node hierarchy situation, if we move the player, it's also going to affect the position of the projectiles. So that's not great. So if we go to, let's say, level 1, we could right click here and create another node 2D for, let's say, and hit OK. Okay, so projectiles is right here as a group, and we can access this group name to find this node and then add all of the instanced projectiles to that node. So let's go into the shooter script.
Oh my god. I'm not that long on, I think, today, but still I just have a tough time following.
Projectiles for, let's say, and hit OK. Okay, so projectiles is right here as a group, and we can access this group name to find this node and then add all of the instanced projectiles.
Wait, where does he click for the group name?
And hit OK. Okay.
Node? Groups? Global groups?
So projectiles is right here as a group, and we can access this group name to find this node so as the projectiles. So that's not great. So if we go to, let's say, level 1, we could right click here and create another node 2D for, let's say, here, and create another node 2D for,
okay.
let's say, and hit OK.
What does he do there in the menu?
For, let's say,
okay. Thank you for not explaining. Create group. How is he doing that? What is he pressing right before?
Create another node 2D for, let's say, and hit OK.
Okay, there's a really unfair cut. So I guess it's either not just that, or he changed type and then group, canvas group, but the icon looks like that. A child node, script rename, duplicate, make scene root. Yeah, I'll just Google that. Godot, how to make a node a group. What?
Okay, so projectiles is right here as a group, and
It's not. Maybe here. Oh, okay. I see. So we take projectiles, we go to groups, and then here we click plus.
Create another node 2D for, let's say,
global,
and hit OK. Okay, so projectiles is right here as a group, and we can access this group name to find this node and then add
projectiles global. Okay.
all of the instanced projectiles to that node. So let's go into the shoot.
Node is in this group, projectiles. Click to show signals doc. Okay.
Shooter script. So when our shooter is starting to get ready, let's say function underscore ready, we want to grab the projectiles node. So
when our shooter is ready, try shoot. Okay.
our projectiles node, so there should be some kind of node at least, and we'll say projectiles node equals, we'll say equals to get tree, and we'll say dot get first node and group, and that'll be the name of our group. And so maybe for our group we call it something more like projectile parent instead of projectiles. So I'm going to go back to the levels. For our group we call.
Okay, I get the tree, I get the first node in group, and that will be oh, guess there's another problem with this. Too few arguments. Oh, I guess we'll fix that in a second. Projectiles.
Call it something more like projectile parent instead of projectiles. So I'm going to go back to the level scene, 2D. We have our projectiles node here. I'm going to delete the global group projectiles. I guess we only really need it as a scene group. So let's add a local group, projectile parent. And
okay. A local group, projectile parent. Projectile parent.
hit OK. So in player now for shooter, we can give it the name here for the projectiles parent. So I want to make that a export var. So I'm going to say projectiles parent group, and that'll be equal to projectiles parent. Okay, and now we put this down there, first node in the group. We're looking for projectiles parent. If we wanted to be a little bit more consistent here, and instead of setting this on every instance of the shooter, we could actually create a group name script and a resource for that, and then share the group names that are important to our game across every node in the game. So set once and share everywhere, basically. So I don't know, I might create a folder here for like data, and let's create a new resource. Let's create a script for a resource. So inherits from resource, and I'll call this group names.gd. Now we'll open this up, give it the class name, group names. And then we just need to basically pull those fields into here. So shooter, we add projectiles parent group. Let's cut that out to group names and paste that in. Okay, so now we need a actual group names resource that has that data. Let's create that. So a group names resource, we can just call it group names because there's probably only going to be one. Save it in data, and you can see we have it here. Now we want to reference that in our shooter script. So at export var group names, which takes a group names resource, save it. And instead of doing projectile parents group, we're going to do group names dot projectile parents group. If we click on shooter now.
I get the point, and we did that before with other stuff here. With the player action and resources, I think. Right, just, oh my god, just defining this is missing shoot. Player? What was it? Player input action. Player input actions. It has shoot here, but it does not appear here. But it does there. Weird. Maybe that's just irrelevant right up, and this is the relevant part.
Now, names resource, save it, or have it here. Now let's create that. So a group names resource, we can just call it group names because there's probably only going to be one. Save it in data, and you can see we have it here. Now we want to reference that in our shooter script. So at export var group names, which takes a group names resource, save it, and instead of doing projectile parents group, we're going to do group names dot projectile parents group. If we click on shooter now, we can assign the resource, and now we have these names shared inside of one resource, and we can apply that to every object in our game that wants to reuse those same group names. Yeah, so just basically thinking ahead there, but generally we want to make sure that these names are pretty consistent so that all of the projectiles, regardless of if it's a player projectile or an enemy projectile, gets added to the same parent group, and this is a good way to do that. So we get our projectiles node when this script launches. So now we just need to add our projectile as a child of that node. So projectile.add child.
I think for me in the end it would be something like this, which for me just would be defines or something like that, or general properties that are true for the entire game, and then I would just define them here all together. For the player input, it of course could be something that's set specifically, but I don't get it for the stuff he does there. It does not need to be flexible, so it would just be like, I don't need to assign it, right? It should just be global property. If it's just defining that group for everyone and everything, I not used it so far, but there's this section, right? So I think I would auto load defines if I have any, and this seems like a thing I would define. I hope in future versions you can just get the group and don't need to know the name. That would be the best if this is not a string. Not a string of the group, but rather you get the group through other means. Because that's the only thing that bothers me, is that I could mistype this. If I could just autocomplete load it here, I wouldn't care.
Projectiles node. Okay, and that is going to mean that in the level, it's going to be under here.
So okay, let's actually shoot something. And I think after the tutorial, maybe the next one we will not do, although it's short.
So now we just need to add
Okay.
These names are pretty
I want
consistent,
progress.
so that all of the projectiles, regardless of if it's a player projectile or an enemy projectile, gets added to the same parent group, and this is a good way to do that. So we get our projectiles node when this script launches. So now we just need to add our projectile as a child of that node. So projectile.add child projectiles node. Okay, and that is going to mean that in the level, it's going to be under here.
Wait, projectile?
So let's, okay, and
but that's the node, right? Why would I not do it like this? Oh, true. This is still false. Let's fix this quickly. Export var shooter. I don't know. The setup is kind of good, kind of weird. I like a lot about the stuff, how he structures it. Oh, yeah. But then also some stuff is a bit confusing on why it's done that way. I think primarily because it's not that consistent. At least it doesn't feel that consistent to me. Assign shooter. Let's try again. Okay, they don't launch where they should, but they do launch now. Oh, and interestingly, and I'm stuck. The color is wrong. So if I think if I edit this now, it will always update the resource, right? So I want to go here. No. Yes. No. Was it animated already? No, that's just the icon. So I guess edit region, grid snap. Oh, maybe I can't do it here, and I would need to apply the modulation here again. FF9900 save. Wait, I can jump on them, right? Nice. FF9900 save. Why is it not working? Projectile. Oh, because I was on the shooter and not on the projectile. So this is what needs to be modulated. Okay. Does that count as solid ground? I don't know. Oh, I can try here. Okay, it does count as floor. That's weird. Oh, it doesn't? No, it does. Yeah, I can use my double jump every time, so it counts as solid ground. Interesting. Okay.
That is going to mean that in the level, it's going to be under here. So let's go back to the shooter script. And one thing I probably want to do, especially during dev, is to test and make sure that the projectiles node actually is there. Because if we get to the point where we try to launch a projectile and there's no parent here, that's going to be an issue. And actually, I have this backwards. It's projectiles node dot add projectiles. So if you want to make sure that something is true, and basically to immediately interrupt the game during development mode, but not during a published version of the game, then you can use the assert keyword, and we can give it a condition. So basically, if the condition is not true, then it's going to break at this line and immediately let you know something's wrong. So I'll say projectiles node is not null. Yeah, okay.
Okay. I thought we did it with is instant valid before. Why am I not allowed? But he is. Is not. Is not expected after the assert expression.
I guess that's question mark equals null.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
So we expect our projectiles node to not equal null. And
Okay. Projectile node must be set. Projectile group node must be set. Yeah, I would like to have that for everything where we set it manually, usually, right? I'm not gonna do that now, but if I do something bigger than this, where do we have the, like a bigger project? As soon as we don't go over the owner, but set a bunch of properties. Damn it, where is it? Input? Yeah, this actions, shooter, all of that should be ready checked with an assert. Like all of it. Because if that's not set and I start the game, something is deeply broken.
And that should work basically like what I was trying to do, but I was getting too fancy. Okay, so if we run our scene now, we can basically get this assert to hit. So the projectiles node is not there, and that is probably because the node is not in the group. So if we click on the node here, we can see that the node is in the group projectiles parent. Let's copy and paste this and make sure it's the same name here. Maybe it does actually need to be a global name. Oh, actually, no, it's because there's an S at the end. So we save that. If we hit play now, the node is in the group, so you can see that our script runs. So we just have that little assert to interrupt and tell us that something was horribly wrong with our setup. Like a more solid way of doing that would probably be to get something like GD unit 4 or GUT, which is Godot unit test, and use that to run tests against your game and make sure that everything is set up properly before you go and publish things. But this is like a very, very basic version of that. Just testing things as you run it and make sure that things are set up properly. Now, we have our projectiles node inside of the level, and I think that's a bit redundant. So what I will actually do is create a parent world. So let's add a scene, and we'll call this 2D scene world. I'll cut the projectiles node out of the level and paste it into the world. And then let's save world.tscn, maybe just at the root for now. So the world can basically have levels inside of it and load or unload a level, but then the projectiles is separate from that. So if you do want to clear all the projectiles, you could just get all the nodes in the projectiles node 2D, all the child nodes, and just clear them out whenever you load a level, or maybe you want the projectiles to persist between levels. So let's save the level node 2D, all the child nodes, and just clear them out whenever you load a level. Or maybe you want the projectiles to persist between
now
levels.
We need to make the world the main scene, and we need to load the level in the world, right? And then probably the player should also be next to the level and not inside, maybe?
So let's save the level, and I would just add level 1 as a default here. So not going to have any fancy...
Oh, I can't add it like that. How would I add that? Oh, like this. Does it have a shortcut? Control Shift A. Why does that give a different menu? Control Shift A. I pressed that. It seems I didn't. What did I press? Ah. Okay, level 1. And then I think we need... Physics, rendering. Okay. Scene. Run. Under application, run. Under application, run. Oh, there's only one property. Great. Run the world, please. Is that also F5? Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if they will ever come down if I shoot enough. Shouldn't some also drop down here? We'll never know. Oh, they never get stopped and come down over there. Now they should fall down on the other side at some point. Okay. Oh no, I'm stuck again. Okay.
Level loading script for right now, but that would be the kind of thing that you might put on the world node. And then we want to make this the node we actually load in the project. So project settings, and let's choose the default scene on run. I'm going to go up a level from levels and choose world.tscn. So of course, we're still loading level 1, but now it's a child of the world. And we only need this one projectiles node for our entire game because we're going to be loading and unloading levels, but the world is always going to persist, which means we only need one projectiles node, or projectiles parent node. Okay, now we just need to wrap up with the shooter script. So we added the projectile to the projectiles node parent. Okay, so let's select this and actually rename it to be projectiles parent rather than projectiles node. Okay, just keeping it a little bit more clear. And
Sure.
once we add it as a child to the parent, we want to set its position to where...
Oh wait, I want to check one more thing. If I do this now, and I shoot some projectiles, and I have the world and the projectiles, they're all here. Okay. Understood. And if I shoot more, they will all be here. But it will be next to the projectile node. No, that's the first instantiation, and then they got their unique names, right? Yeah, 2, 4, okay. Okay. Fine.
Our shooter is. So in our 2D view for the player, that's right here. We want to instantiate our object at where the projectile's base node is right here. We want it to be instantiated at the position of our shooter, but we do want it to be a child of the projectile's node so we can manipulate it here in terms of hierarchy. So the way you do that is just that we get the position of the shooter node.
How? Just another export of the type of the shooter.
And we set that to the projectile's position. So let's see, right here we want to take projectile dot global position, and we want to set that equal to the global position of this shooter script. So that means that the projectile is going to appear right here, and if we move the shooter around our player, then it's going to change where the projectile instantiates. That is probably most of what we need here. Now we go to player input, and we set up our event handling for...
Wait, why does that work?
That around our player, then it's going to change where the projectile instantiates.
Oh, I am in the shooter, so it will instantiate wherever I am here, right? Okay. Is position only... I can't go into that. Can I go... global position. What I would want to know, oh, it's vector 2D. So it should be just the position, which means that I might also want to do projectile global, no, projectile rotation. Can I do that? Rotation. And then maybe in a second we switch the sprite that we create and see if that works directionally.
Is probably most of what we need here. Now we go to player input and we set up our event handling for...
I think we did that already.
The shoot button is pressed. So if event.isActionPressed is actions.shoot, then we're going to do shooter.tryShoot. Okay, of course that means we need a reference to the shooter. So up here at export var shooter is of type shooter. And if we set that on player input in the inspector, let's assign that node.
Oh no, that's correct movement, right? I was just wondering why it's looking so weird to my eyes. It looks like it's flying up and then to the side. But maybe that's an optical illusion for me. It looks like it shoots up from here and then there. Not sure. And then it sticks with going in that direction. Oh, now the shooter is not working like that. Let's try to fix this. So the shooter goes into facing. Oh, we're also applying the direction in that. Yeah, okay. Oh, and if we move it by the mouse all the time, it should actually not go in that direction. How did that break it? Okay, I don't know how, but it's no longer broken. No.
Then now, when shoot is pressed, we should be able to shoot with our shooter. Once again, we come in here, that's going to immediately call the shoot function, which instantiates the projectile and sets the global position. The projectile itself is going to be setting its initial velocity. So now that we have a projectile set up, we can go ahead and hit play. That node. Then now, when shoot is pressed, we should be able to shoot with our shooter. Once again, we come in here, that's going to immediately call the shoot function, which instantiates the projectile and sets the global position. The projectile itself is going to be setting its initial velocity.
Okay, but the initial velocity still is wrong, right? Because it's the 300 in X direction.
So now
maybe it's not wrong because the rotation is missing. Yeah. If this works, because we also set the rotation correctly and move the mouse for that, that should work with X in that direction.
Setup, we can go ahead and hit play. And a lot of things going on here, but if we left click, you'll see that the projectile launches. Because it's a rigid body 2D, it can be affected by gravity and bounce off of other physics objects. We can even launch a bunch and they'd be able to kind of stack here. We can jump on them. They are a physics body. So unless we disable the collision layer that they're on, we can actually jump on them and interact, which probably isn't what we want for our basic projectile, but interesting things to think about going forward. Now I do want to add in the basic mechanics of, okay, it hits an enemy, it removes itself from the scene and all that, but this tutorial is going on really, really long. So that is going to be what we're going to cover in the next video. For right now though, we should have a shoot button that works. It should instantiate the projectiles. And to just double check, if we look at our remote view under world and projectiles, we should see all of our projectiles pop up here. Now they give it a default name that you might not prefer. So you can set the name when you instantiate the projectile as well. So I guess that'll be the last thing I'll do here, and then we're wrapping up the video for sure. So in Shooter, when we create the projectile, let's take the projectile.name. All nodes have a name, and we're going to set that equal to the fireball.displayName. So if we hit play now, and we launch a bunch of these, then you'll see that they're all called basic, because that is
projectile.name. Nope.
the display
Damn.
name.
Doing 2 times for 1 second and I directly am wrong.
Set that equal to the
Projectile name equals fireball. Oh, that's why we added the display name. Fireball.displayname. Okay.
Display name. So if we hit play now and we launch a bunch of these, then you'll see that they're all called basic, because that is the display name of the projectile, and they're just numbered in the sequence which they appear in this scene. So all the way up to 8 and so on and so forth, we keep creating them. And that'll pretty much be it for this tutorial. So we have a lot of the projectile mechanics already set up. I hope this tutorial series is getting interesting for you guys.
I still want the directional shooting. I'll stop after I have the directional shooting.
In this video, I want to take our projectile.
Did we? Oh my god.
In part 4,
he has a wand.
Hello everybody, Chris here, and in this video I want to take our projectile, which only shoots to the right now, and make it actually aim wherever our mouse cursor happens to be pointed, and then the projectile will travel in that direction instead. So before that, let's go into project settings, and change the window size to be, well, I'm going to make it 14 by 880 to be a bit bigger on my screen, so that whenever we do a test play, it's...
I think my screen size is fine. Maybe it could be a bit bigger. Settings, display window.
14 by 880.
Yeah, why not?
To be a bit bigger on my screen, so that whenever we do a test play, it's more like this. You can make it whatever size you want. So now I want to give a sprite to the shooter so that we actually have...
Oh, wait. If I do it from here, will it also work? Yeah, I think that worked too.
Have an indication of where our projectiles are really spawning from. So with the shooter, I'm going to right click on it, add a child node, and let's look for a sprite 2D node and just add that in. For texture on the right, I'm going to
texture,
new atlas texture, and then for the atlas we will select quick load from the project.
I wonder what the atlas is. Edit region.
And choose the tile map transparent packed sprite sheet. So let's grab something we can use as the sprite from here. Make sure it's in grid snap mode so we can easily select it. And I think I saw something that kind of looks like a wand somewhere in here. So let me see if I can find that. Yeah, okay, where's this one? I guess it's really supposed to be a torch. And I'll take the sprite and rotate it by hitting E. And then let's rotate it.
By hitting B. E.
Let's see, if we hold control down, we can do it in specific increments. So by default, we want it to face the right, which is 92.
Oh, I can measure like this.
Degrees. And let's make sure that the shooter position is at the tip of this. So that makes a little more sense. So I'll move the sprite 2D node, W, to go into move mode. And I'll move this over here. So
okay. W, move.
that the shooter position is more to the right. So move this further to the left. Okay, and then the shooter point is right there. So I'm going to have to move the shooter further away from the player, something like there, I guess. And we might even shrink the sprite 2D. So if I go into transform for the sprite 2D, I'll just take the scale and cut it in half, and then W to move.
Sprite 2D.
Move it again.
Just
Something
the
like
sprite,
there,
not the shooter, right?
And we might even shrink the sprite 2D. So if I go into transform for the sprite,
which kinda yes, but also that breaks the pixel look, right? It's too small now. Shooter sprite. Shooter.
sprite 2D, I'll just take the scale and cut it in half, and then W to move it again. Okay, there we have the shooter position. Let's move this over here. So now that it's shrunk, let's reposition it again. W to go to move mode, and yeah, just kind of make sure that the shooter point is right there in front of it, and then we can move the shooter node over to the right here and down a bit. Okay, so there it kind of looks.
Okay. but down to the and
like
okay.
it's in the character's hand now, right? If we hit play and run, then we can still left click, and it's going to be basically firing from that point. Now we want another 2D node, which is going to serve as the anchor point for this.
Why was that breaking now at function ready? Wait, what? Shooter line 12. Main thread. Paused. Shooter line 12. Because projectiles parent is not set. Oh yeah, makes sense that we can no longer test this because we are missing the scene to fire. Okay.
This sprite in the shooter rotating around our player. So I'm going to add a new node 2D, and we'll make that the parent of the shooter. You can see the hand anchor and the shooter are in the same position, but we actually want the hand anchor to be over here and the shooter to be to the right. So I'm actually going to move the hand anchor to the center of our player. So in transform, let's make this 0, 0. Okay, now we need to click on the shooter and offset this. So W to move it, and
the hand anchor to be 0, 0.
So I'm actually in position. The parent of the shooter. You can see the hand anchor and the shooter are in the same position, but we actually want the hand anchor to be over here and the shooter to be to the right. So I'm actually going to move the hand anchor to the center of our player. So in transform, let's make this 0, 0. Okay, now we need to click on the shooter and offset this. So W to move it, and by default we want it to be like right here. Okay, so there's our hand anchor. That's not quite right. We want it in the center of our sprite.
Okay.
So
I was confused. I was wondering, like, why should it not be centered so that it actually goes around the player?
W to move that, move it up here, 5 pixels, and then this comes down 5 pixels. Okay, just gonna adjust it a little more, down a couple pixels. So we do want it to be where the wand / torch is kind of in the character's hand.
Okay. Okay.
I know this is just a lot of back and forth a little bit, but let's actually try rotating this now. So if we hit E to go to rotate now and we move this around, we can see kind of where the wand.
Okay, we need to fix it. W down, shooter up. This E. Okay. Good enough.
Is going to be with respect to the mouse position. So the mouse position is going to rotate the pointer, and that also means that the shooter position right there at the tip of the wand is going to change as well. So that'll be at least the basic idea. As for controlling the rotation of the hand anchor, let's right click and add a new script. So attach script. I guess for now I'll put this in the player folder as a player component. So it'll extend to node 2D. Let's create that. I'll give it the class name hand anchor. And so this will rotate the node around to face the direction of the mouse cursor. So specifically this hand anchor node, which will affect everything that's a child of it or a grandchild of it. And I think we're going to want to do this on function process. So just updating on every frame and pointing our new direction, our rotation, towards wherever the mouse cursor is on the screen. Mm-hmm. So let's get the cursor position, which is going to be equal to get global mouse position. And then we'll want to get the direction too, which is going to be
get global mouse. Just one thing. Okay. Direction. Wait, this one doesn't have the direction as we had it before, right?
Let's see here. Global position. dot direction to cursor position. Let's rename this direction to cursor, since direction to is a function and we don't want to reuse the same variable name. Okay, so now we have the direction from our current position to the cursor.
Wait, what? Global position will be the position of the anchor itself. Then we want the direction from that position to the cursor pose, right? So, 1 second. Okay, so that is now the vector to the pose.
Okay, so we're going to want to know what our default position is. So our 0 degrees rotation would be facing to the right. So we're going to want to set up our default direction. So default direction is going to be equal to vector2 dot
export var default direction is vector dot 2 dot.
Right. We can save that. You can change it if you need to in the inspector. So basically, we're going to get the difference between the x, y for the default direction and wherever the mouse cursor is. Do some math to figure out the angle, and then that will become our new rotation. Okay, so I guess if you were in a math class, you'd be doing some trigonometry stuff, but I'm just going to use some built-in functions and make it easy if possible. So if our angle, or I guess we'll say if our rotation angle, is going to be equal to, let's say the default direction dot angle to point. But that would be the angle between 2 points. Maybe we can actually skip doing the direction to.
Huh?
So hold on a minute. If we comment that out and we do, let's say the global position.
Why can't we just set the rotation, like the transformation to this? Maybe that's not an option. Is there no transform? Standard expression. No, I want to know what. Cannot jump into this. Transform to the.
Position dot angle to point, and we do the cursor position. I've never tried this function before.
Global position angle to point. Angle to.
So it may or may not work, but we'll see. And then we just set that to the rotation. So rotation equals the rotation angle, which should be fine because this is already measured in degrees. Let's hit play and see if that.
Interesting. So rotation is always just the rotation. I don't get what the default direction would be for. Captain Fuba, hi, welcome in. How's it going? Good. I'm making progress. Though this did not work yet. I'm just trying to get to know the engine, and then when I'm done with that in who knows how many hours, I want to do kind of a procedural game. A bit like how Spore creates creatures but 2D, but then additionally not have it not like the Spore gameplay, but more like an aquarium or terrarium where you have creatures you create like in Spore, but then they are just a thriving ecosystem, Tamagotchi style maybe even, so that you can build your small little virtual pet ecosystem and care for it. But I'm not sure if I ever reach doing that, right? But for now, that's the motivation, to just learn the engine and learn how Godot works. Interesting. More like an idle game, let them evolve. Yeah, those are all ideas that are like, I have all these options that could go with that don't really fully fit together yet. Because if you do idle or even evolution, right, then usually you would have a really long time scale, right? So you would want to have like several generations going through so they can evolve and then like get different traits and maybe grow longer tails or whatever, like actual simulation in that way. So that would be really cool, but that kind of bites itself with the idea of more Tamagotchi style. So one idea that I had was that you can just define one creature in your ecosystem to be like long-lived or live eternally or something like that, but the rest of the ecosystem still go through faster, so that you can actually have the evolution process and changes, but still have the one creature you care for. So maybe that would work, maybe not, I don't know yet. But yeah, the goal is definitely to have it be a cozy game where you could kind of just idle it and then open on your phone and check if everything works out, adjust some stuff, fix some stuff, so that the creatures you put in there are thriving, and the plants too. But I don't know. I'll have to check.
I guess that's all we needed there.
When I know the basic stuff.
As you can see,
if it all actually works.
It actually works. Go.
Maybe it's to point. Maybe it will work. Maybe it won't. I have no idea. Like a more complex Tamagotchi. Yeah. Plus, like, I mean, Tamagotchi is just the idea to have like a virtual pet, right? So my idea is kind of just advance the virtual pet to also include the environment. So if you had ever had like fish or any other, I don't know, hamster or any terrarium animals, you kind of not only need to care for the animal itself you put in there, but also for the environment. So if you just add the environment to the idea of a virtual pet, that's kind of where you end up with my idea. And then I just want to add the procedural component to make it be more fun for myself and maybe learn cool new stuff. But yeah, it just more complex Tamagotchi in a way. This is not working though. Why not? Get global mouse position. Global position. Angle to point. Cursor position. Rotation angle. Rotation.
What's the
rotation angle.
Which should be fine.
What am I trying to achieve at the moment? I just want to like learn all about Godot. I could kinda the standard stuff. So I'm just going through the tutorial you see on the bottom right, and trying to get through this. So it will be, in the end, it will be kind of just a platformer, where you run around, you shoot stuff, there are some enemies, and that's just basically it. So just plain learning the engine, nothing special. And I think I'm now into, I don't know, 5-6 hours, maybe more, maybe 8 hours now of doing that. So just learning, reading, and now doing the tutorial. So I'm really at the start. So yeah, simple platform tutorial. Yeah. But clearly something is broken. I'm not sure what though. Can I print the cursor pose? But my ideal goal, but I'm not sure if I can do that, would be that at the end of January for that game I have one plant, one animal, and kind of a life cycle where the animal eats the plant, whatever dies goes into soil, then somehow water and sun, something like that. That would be great to have at the end of January, because I don't have to work till then, which means that I can spend quite some time with that. And it would be a nice achievement to then have less time to continue working on it. But I have no idea if that's realistic to achieve or not, if I'm already struggling with stuff like that still. And I also will be like one week I will not be home, so I can't progress. So that makes it a bit tough. We don't use delta. Let's just print the position. I guess this function is never called. Did I mistype process? Process. Why is this function never called? Maybe because I didn't save in the editor. Oh my god. What a waste of time. So stupid. God damn it. Okay. Great. Classic. Okay, so let's check if it looks just like what he did.
Which should be fine because this is.
Simple. Is the script attached to the right node in the running? Oh yeah, yeah, there was a save problem. What interface are you working in? You mean outside of the editor? I attached where was that? I forgot again. Somewhere in the editor you can... Oh, here. I just attached Visual Studio Code as an external editor. That's it. How do I never find where that is actually? Here. Okay. So yeah, I just I'm used to it. Like, I'm a programmer professional life, so just nothing game stuff. So I'm just used to my shortcuts for everything, and I couldn't live with needing to code in the engine. So I just need my shortcuts to be happy, and mostly navigate everything by keyboard rather than using the mouse. So yeah. But all that is not necessary if you just use the look at method. Ooh. Look at, and then we take the global position. Well, that's easier. Thanks. If you use Godot docs. It can help a long way with figuring out what helper methods are available. Oh yeah. I mean, here I also have, like, in theory, in theory it also auto-completes all that. But yeah, I definitely, when I'm doing the stuff that I want to do and not follow the tutorial, I'll probably hang around the docs a lot. What was it? Class reference and stuff like that, right? Yeah. That will definitely be my friend. To just look how I can do stuff efficiently and what's there. But for now, I just, I'm just happy that I now know that I can just get the global mouse position and then stuff like that. How did I? Oh, I kicked my. Can I? Well, now I have infinite jumping if I choose the angle right. Great. Okay. Damn it, but it's not perfect. At the beginning of Amazing Journey, oh, definitely. I sometimes have problems continuing with projects. So I really hope I'll just keep motivated, because so far I just love it. And as long as I'll be motivated to continue, I don't think there's anything with that project in mind that I couldn't achieve. Like, I should have all the knowledge and capabilities to just learn it and do that game that I want to. I just need to stick to it and actually do it, right? So
let's hit play and see if that works.
That will be a bit struggle, but
that's all we needed there. So we hit play and
we'll see. I mean, not for now, but when I work again, and then I just need to do it all the time after work, that might be a bit tough, but I'll try.
I don't super like how small that is, so we might actually increase the size and then move the shooter point up.
I don't care for the size, I think.
Just be like
I just wanna.
The shooter comes over here to the right. Just be sure which.
Apply the
so we do want the hand anchor to stay there.
Rotation.
And let's see with this larger shooter. Is that any better? It's a bit comically large here, but
let's see. Maybe we can do that while he's talking. Oh, I did do this in thinking that might
go to the sprite 2D and let's do
fix things.
And we turn off grid snap to pixel snap. Then we can just pull this.
It just does nothing.
Just like so, and hit close. Okay, and that's going to kind of adjust how our sprite looks, because we're removing some of the pixels. So we rotate around, and yeah, I mean, I guess that works pretty okay for what I want. So now the only thing is we also need to cast the direction we're shooting to the angle direction of the hand anchor as well. So in the shooter, let's add the global rotation to the projectile. So this will automatically inherit the global rotation.
The global rotation to the projectile. I mean, that's what I want to set here, but I guess it's not rotation I take. I guess I need to take... But shouldn't this be rotated that way? Like when I change this, when I change this, it will change the rotation directly. So I would have expected it to... Oh no, it's the rotation. What I want to do is to have the movement direction be what the rotation would project to. I wonder why the tutorial likes to make it complex. I mean, in general, he is very much about structuring and doing like very basic things and explain them, but then at the same time sometimes he's just trying out, so it's a bit lengthy here and there. For example, the stuff we have now here, he started with this line to then just manually calculate even the angle point, the rotation for the angle. So I think he's just doing stuff on the fly and then giving that. So it's not really that he has a fixed pre-written tutorial that he's teaching, but he's actually just on the fly doing the project, cutting it together. So this is just there because he didn't think of look at or didn't know it in that moment. So yeah, that's just the reason. On the fly, no fixed structure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The hand anchor. We could also directly get the hand anchor's rotation, which, if we do some testing, it might make more sense in the end. But let's do global rotation equals global rotation. So the projectile.
Oh, it's just global rotation and not rotation. But yeah, in some parts it's nice to see like really the thought process and the options that are there. Like that helps a lot. But then in other ways, if he just decides to rename 5 things, I'm sitting here just following the tutorial, right, and going back and forth, jumping here, renaming this, doing that, just to have a better structure in a way. But I think it really helps to like really remember. If I would just follow a plain tutorial, I wouldn't recall that much the next time I do it. And I also try, when I like have an idea, I just pause the video and try to program it myself and then see what he does. So I think that from my brain at least, that helps
Chaos global rotation is going to be
remembering it.
Global rotation. Let's hit play and see how that works. So I left click and
shouldn't work.
We want yeah, right, it's not the rotation of the projectile, it's the direction it's actually shooting. So
and sometimes he gets the same conclusions as I do. Great.
Let's go into the shooter script. So in the projectile, we actually need that launch direction, don't we? So you know what? I will create a function launch, and this will take a parameter move direction, which is a vector 2, and we'll convert that angle to a
oh my
vector,
god,
I guess. And this will take the linear velocity down here and set it equal to
what? Why is this space added? Okay.
Times the p move
direction.
So we're going to want not the linear velocity dot x, but the actual full linear velocity with xy to set that initial movement. And we no longer need the ready function. So this means that we'll need to call.
Oh, linear velocity was a pre-existing variable. Okay, yeah, I mean that makes sense if we call it launch and not Lauch. That would be German. Yeah, it's a property of the rigid 2D. Yeah, I really struggle with, like, my favorite naming convention is camel case. He uses underscores, but sometimes for class names, like capital naming, then the methods are all lowercase and it's like all messed up. So I can't be sure that this is, for me, I would be sure that this is not something I named, but I wasn't sure if maybe I just followed what he wrote and therefore it would not be a predefined thing. I definitely need to just stick to one convention.
Launch function whenever we set up a projectile so that we can actually make it start moving. So let's go into the shooter script. And
but shouldn't we then stop the on ready thing? If we still do the ready, then it will just start launching, right?
So you know what? I will create a
or did he remove
launch, and this will take a parameter move direction, which is a vector 2, and we'll convert that angle to a vector, I guess. And this will take the linear velocity down here.
Okay, so he removes it. Okay.
This times the p move
I just missed that
direction. So we're going to want not the linear velocity dot x, but the actual full linear velocity with xy to set that initial movement. And we no longer need the ready function. So this means that we'll need to call the launch function whenever we set up a projectile so that we can actually make it start moving. So let's go into the shooter script and call that. So we're going to do projectile.launch, and we need our move. Okay, so to get the launch direction as a vector, we actually...
let me read. Godot name convention is node names, function names, variable names, constant, file names. So basically Pascal case and snake case, method. Yeah. But I like to know when it's like my convention, if it's from me or them or something like that, right? I think that's easier. So also with C++, for example, you also have kind of similar similar conventions for C++ itself. But like similar in a way that I don't have the C++ conventions that I use myself, right? So when I type the stuff, it will be camel case or Pascal or whatever, like for anything. And then that way I always know if it's like my function or not. So the add child will look like this, but if I would write add child, I would have it like that. I like that differentiation. I'm not sure if I will stick with it here. In C++, I really happy with it. So far here, I just confused myself. So I don't know. Yeah, camel case for methods and Pascal for classes. What's node is, I think, the name here, right? Nodes, yeah. Or scenes also. That's the thing I think is really confusing, because a scene is kind of a node, but then also not. But then if it's a packed scene, then it's actually a node, but it's two names. And when I think of a scene, I think of like OBS scenes or movie scenes, and not of objects and like things. So I don't know, for me everything is just a component that's used somewhere else or a node in another node. So I felt the naming is a bit weird, but I mean it's fine, it's just naming, but still not didn't catch me directly. If you have a group of nodes attached to a single root node, it is called a scene. Oh yeah, I mean I know what logically it is, right? I just despise the naming, because why is this now a scene? Like what logic lies behind this being a scene? And I get how maybe that name came to be, but for me I would just call this a root node or like independent or a component node or something like that, but I wouldn't call it scene. And only a composition in my brain is a valid scene. So a level could be a scene. The world could be built from scenes and stuff, right? But that's just my brain doesn't like things. So yeah. If you have a group called scene, it is saved as well. Oh yeah. I mean, I get all that. I get all that and how it's laid down. It's just that I would have picked a different name. That's all. But in the end, it doesn't matter. It's just
we
naming.
Need to take the angle of the rotation and rotate a vector. So the one we want is that default direction that we put in the
but also the like everything that you have in the structure, right, with a single root node, and then you save it, then you can have it as a packed scene that you apply somewhere else, right? So like if this would be a packed scene, this is basically the top level root node, right? So I know, I just feel the naming is a bit all over the place. Asynchronous text format, binary format. You mean this, right? Yeah. Oh. How do I even see the binary format somewhere? Or will I only see that in the, like in a build, in a release or something? Because I think I only have the, you either save the, oh, in either format. Oh yeah, okay. No, I'll always take this, I think, for the start, so I can just sneak into it a bit and look what's in there and maybe understand stuff a bit deeper, or get more confused. I don't know, we'll see. Default is text. Yeah, okay. I don't know, is one of them better for Git? Not that I would need it right now for that project, but in general, I would want that file format. I mean, text would be better to actually view the change and understand it, but I'm not sure if I'll actually be able to do that and see anything that doesn't fit, right? If I never touch these files by hand, I might as well have like easier commits. I'm not sure. I think Git can't do binary, right? So it would be full file changed all the time, which means I should definitely do text, just so that only the smaller changes are committed, and it can auto commit. Yeah, binary more compact. Yeah, true. That's also true. But I don't have a space form problem, I think, at least not yet. Especially not with 2D small mini games or even procedurally generated. I think my PC's space is more than enough.
Actually thinking that might make more sense in the shooter script right now. So I'm going to cut and paste that. Let's say down there. Okay, and then we can take the var launch direction, and we're going to say the default direction dot rotate or dot rotated by an angle, which is the global rotation. Global rotation degrees, I think. Hold on, does this take a radians or does it take a... No, it does take radians. Okay, so we want the global rotation.
Default direction rotate. Oh, that's why we defined it, so that we can have the vector. But why wouldn't we just take the... Wait, we don't have that. Where did we have the launching? Here. Look at mouse position. Okay, so the shooter doesn't have it directly, but if a shooter would know the hand anchor, then I could just do kind of the same thing and just take the direction I have. But he's calculating it so that he doesn't have to have more setup, I think. Where does he want to shoot it though? In the shoot function, try to shoot. Where's my default direction gone? Default direction. Oh, I didn't move it. Okay. If you want to pass the rotation value in degree instead of radians, you can use rotate degree property. Yeah, I think here I need the opposite, right? I need to pass it as the as a vector, rather than the
script. But I'm
rather than as an angle.
Sense in the shooter script right now, so I'm going to cut and paste that. Let's say down there. Okay, and then we can take the var launch direction, and we're going to say the default direction dot rotate or dot rotated by an angle, which is the global rotation. Global rotation degrees, I think. Hold on, does this take a radians or does it take a... No, it does take radians. Okay,
I think I can also set the entire project to radians or degrees, right? Something like that.
The launch direction, which can be the move direction.
Rotated global rotation. Global rotation. But this is in the origin of the scene. So here, and it points right. And then I rotate it by however the... Where's my code? However this thing is rotated, which is the shooter. But is that correct? The global shooter rotation, shouldn't that be dependent on where my player is? No, why can't I see the global rotation? Oh, great. Interesting. Maybe it is still to the center of the element, or the origin of the thing, of the 2D node, just applied after all the rotations are applied. Maybe like that. And that's why it works. If it works, maybe he did an error. Just a mental help. All you need was the rotation value of the weapon and apply it to the projectile. In the projectile script, you just shoot to the right. I'm not sure what you mean. You mean that... Oh wait, where's my projectile? I need to have like the velocity direction here, right? So I need to have the exact vector that the hand anchor has. So I could have just here, I think, if I would have access to the projectile and the different structure, I should have just made the rotation of the projectile the rotation of the hand anchor. That would have been my idea. I'm not sure if that's what you are talking about. Like, something like that would have been my idea, but I don't have the access to the projectile here. Shooter. Can I still? No, I can't. Damn it. Oh, this is also amazing. We can decorate the floor. Basically you rotate the projectile scene. Oh yeah, I get that part. My question is rather for like this calculation, right? Depending on what is behind global rotation for the shooter, this would or would not make sense to me. So I'm here, right? And oh, not here. I'm here. And the direction vector, which is just pointing right, is just 1 unit from here to the right. Just wait, wasn't there like level? Something like this, right? So that I get, and I want to just rotate that easy. But if I take the player and have the hand anchor that is rotated, then I was confused why I could just take the shooter's global rotation and that would also be applied correctly. Because the shooter does not have the same origin, right? So the shooter's origin is here. And I would assume that if the hand anchor, which is rotated here, has a rotation, that the global rotation of the shooter would be something else and not actually the direction I want. So that's what confused me there. And I'm still not fully clear why this global rotation of the shooter is actually the direction I want. Because the shooter does not necessarily rotate off the origin of the scene, right? But I need to just read into that at some point probably. Since you move the local space always to the right, it will shoot in the direction it is rotated. Yeah, I get that part. It's like when I have this and I rotate here, it should always shoot in the direction of this rotation. But I would assume that only the rotation of the anchor is correct. And for some reason, when can I select the shooter but rotate the anchor? No, right? No, I can't. Damn it. I would expect that the rotation that is here in transform, this rotation value, right? If I rotate this to 35 degree, this is still 0. So this has no rotation in itself, but the global rotation property somehow calculates and applies the hand anchor rotation. And that's what I find a bit confusing. Hard to follow without an idea of the scene. Oh yeah. I mean, it's just that the shooter kind of has the correct global rotation, even though the hand anchor is what gets rotated. But yeah, it probably somehow is correct. And I'll just read up how global rotation is calculated, and then I'll fully get this line, I think. And as it is working, it probably is correct.
Actually launching. So if we hit play now, if I've done this right and we hit play, then we can see that the projectile is going to shoot in the right direction now, which is basically what we're looking for. Now, note, it can kind of shoot through the walls. That's somewhat problematic, but aside from that,
it's beautiful, not problematic.
We are shooting the projectile wherever our mouse cursor goes, which is mostly what we're looking for. So basically, when we're taking that default direction of facing the right and we're rotating it by the global rotation degrees, then we are making sure that the launch direction rotates to the same direction the cursor is pointing, and then we pass that into the launch of the projectile. So the way we have it set up now, we do have to remember that we have to call launch whenever we launch.
Since you're new to Godot, I imagine you haven't seen the new Quark physics engine as an add-on for 2D games. Includes rigid body and soft body physics. Might be interesting to having soft body physics for your game. Oh, that's actually interesting. Yeah, I definitely want to look into, like, for now I just want to go plain without any add-ons to do all myself that I could, but I'll definitely want to check that out. Sure, post a GitHub link. Is it not can I not post here? Why can I not post there? Weird. I cannot type here. What is happening? I copied projectiles into the player. Maybe it was not that button. There was some button somewhere for add-ons, right? It is not running. It is asset lib. Oh. Okay. Maybe I can't type because nothing is loaded here. And that's why the input is disabled. I could imagine that. Yeah, now I can type. Okay. Come on. Come on. Come on. Now I can also paste in here. Interesting. Godot physics. Ooh, that looks nice. Yeah, this is what I need. Like rigid, not rigid, spring connected balls kind of will be the body probably, right? And then the tough part would be to have like the outline be correct, and I have no idea yet how I would do that, but that's kind of the spore way of doing things, and I just need to correctly do the outer shape then. But the general behavior would be nice to be like squishy bodies to interact with each other and like animals and plants are squishy to a certain extent, so that would definitely be cool. But yeah, I'll check for extensions as soon as I'm done with this tutorial and get the basic stuff done. But not the soft body physics. I already have spring and hinge nodes. Oh, I already have that. Okay, interesting. Not the soft body. I mean, but the soft body, now that I know of it, would be cool. Especially because you could like have it as a property and sometimes have it softer or less softened depending on what animals you want to create and spawn in. I wonder if this is the same. I can't mark it as a favorite, so I think then I'll just leave this one open and attach it here. Come on, touch. Okay. Okay. Let's wrap up this
projectile, or else
part
it's just
of the
going
tutorial.
to be stuck there in air and affected by gravity and just fall to the ground with no movement. Aside from that, setup is pretty deep. We have to call launch whenever we launch a projectile, or else it's just going to be stuck there in air and affected by gravity and just fall to the ground with no movement.
Damn. I was wondering why it was so much harder to follow him this time than last time, but I guess I upped the speed. Stupid me.
From that, setup is pretty decent, I think. Now, one thing we do want to make sure.
Wait, where were we?
Affected by gravity and just fall to the ground with. The way we have it, cursor is pointing, and then we picture that we're looking for.
Okay.
So basically, when we're taking that default direction of facing the right, and we're rotating it by the global rotation degrees, then we are making sure that the launch direction rotates to the same direction the cursor is pointing, and then we pass that into the launch of the projectile. So the way we have it set up now, we do have to remember that we have to call launch whenever we launch a projectile, or else it's just going to be stuck there in air and affected by gravity and just fall to the ground with no movement. Aside from that, setup is pretty decent.
Now he's wrapping up.
Now, one thing we do want to make sure is that if our pointer is stuck inside of the ground, so I guess we can attach like a raycast to it to just see if it is colliding with the ground already, then we will deny it the ability to shoot. So if we, let's say, go
we'll do that. Okay, I thought he was wrapping up entirely now.
To a raycast 2D type. Yeah, I think that might be good.
Where? Okay, the shooter. My brain is slowly not able to take in more stuff. I hope this is the last piece he does, else I'll need to pause before the section ends. Ooh, this is just getting... that just got a bit longer.
And then in the script, we'll also change this to a raycast 2D. So a raycast 2D is a...
For the... Oh, wait. No, that was correct. In the player shooter, and then in the shooter raycast 2D.
A 2D node that can cast a ray out.
Oh, do you by chance, Captain Fuba, do you have some procedural tutorial stuff or info? Like, I don't know, I did not research yet, but at some point I will need, some info on how to do procedural sprites, kinda, or just like generate texture onto any shape, any poly shape, maybe. I don't know, maybe you have some recommendations, but else I'll just, if I'm at the point, I'll just research and maybe find some interesting things on how to set that up, or just try myself. Might also be fun. Should be easy with the noise texture. Noise texture. On the material, you mean? Hi, welcome in Loki Trickster. I'm actually really close to wrapping up, but I got like some more minutes maybe. Okay, I'll also recall noise texture then. I mean, not that. I know what noise texture is, but Godot. I want to know how it's used in Godot. Okay. I cannot reach for possible as Godot shader. Oh, you mean over a shader then? Okay, yeah. I mean, makes kind of sense. The shader, like in my brain, shaders are not that powerful as they are here actually, right? You can do so much more than just manipulate one pixel by like surrounding or something like that. But okay, then I have like an idea where to look in. How was your day, Loki Trickster? You made any progress with your projects? For your sprite, you can choose a noise texture to the resource file. Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay. I see that for terrain and stuff like that, right? But I would need to look into detail how I would do that for the body shapes. I also need to calculate the lines and distances from the skeleton to the outer bodies, and that should be like dynamic, right? In the way like Spore is. But maybe it's also hard to hard to explain without drawing. Do I have anything open for... Wait, let me for a second hide screen. Here. Okay. Program opening is so slow. Wait, why is that wrong, that scene? It's not updated. Small flashbang. So if I want to have like any body shape, then I don't know, some legs, I would need that kind of body shape in general, right? So the problem I see, which I at some point need to find out how to do it, is that I don't want to draw just circles, but I want this to not exist. This should be a smooth corner like it would be with real humans or animals or whatever. So then I also want that this is just bone inside, right? So if I move the animal forward, that the legs are like moving according how they should and stuff like that. And that if I do that, all these points are still valid and smooth out here and stuff like that. So it's definitely like a bunch of stuff I need to learn for that. And I thought about like, you know, having this connected with springs, but then I need to do the rendering of the outer texture and all of that, blah, 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 blah. So that's like what I want to figure out at some point. But that's future stuff when I'm like actually done with the basic tutorial and not just know two things and actually be able to do a game if I want to, a small one. I've been working on making a card game from an MMO. Oh, I checked out your video and I think I saw the Ion game. There were like 4 or 3 ogre-looking creatures and cards in the foreground. Currently have class selection, main menu, basic card usage. Need to finish off the main menu and then we'll really start diving into the card mechanics. Oh, cool. Do you have something like inspiration-wise which you try to follow, or do you have like a fully unique new system and will revolutionize the card gaming scene. Or you just, I don't know, doing, what are the English names? Uno? Is Uno also the English name? I mean, it makes no sense for that, but there's so many card games out there, right? So you're inspired by something and just try to do that mechanics, or you want something that's specific, fitting to the game or newly. Godot uses open simplex noise class to create the noise texture. I think they use a new noise class that's for Godot 3. Sounds like you solve with a shader. Okay. Then I'll know where to search for solutions. That's good. Thanks.
Direction. Now the target position we're actually going to want is not 50 pixels
fast
down,
noise
but
light.
0, 0.
Okay.
And before we 50 pixels cast a ray out in a direction. Now the target position we're actually going to want is not 50 pixels down, but 0, 0.
Oh, so he just uses it as a marker. But if it's just a marker... Oh wait, I didn't have the video anymore. Raycast. Aren't there also... Damn it, where's the change type? 2D. Couldn't I also just use an area or something like that? And just check if the area collides or a collision shape? Raycaster. Raycaster. Oh, it's just the target position, not in full ray, maybe? I'm not sure. I mean, now it's just the point, right? So that's exactly what we want, but I wonder if I could also have just added an area 2D here and check if that one collides with anything. And if it does, shooting is disabled. But
and before
we follow tutorial
launch a projectile, we're going to see if this shooter position is colliding with the ground or anything on layer mask 1. And if so, then we're not going to shoot because basically our shooter is stuck in the wall. So inside of try shoot, we'll say if get position shootable, then we'll shoot and return true for a successful shot. Otherwise...
Wait, is it... but that's a method of him, right? Not yet written. One that's not yet written? Okay. This is why I like different naming from standard naming. At least for learning purposes, it's just easier to
return false.
Directly
understand. So now we need
understand.
to create this function. Get position
Though
shootable.
he could just say that he will create it in a second, or I could just be a bit more patient and wait the 2 seconds for it.
Shootable. This will return a boolean, and in order to do that, we need to check for collisions. So we'll say var collisions equals self dot what function did we want? Force raycast update. Actually, we probably don't need to do that because I think it automatically does the raycasts on like a physics frame update. So we just need to get the collisions. Let's see. Is colliding. Yeah, you know what? We can actually just use that. So let's get rid of this function. And we'll just come here and say
okay.
If not is colliding, and we're talking about the raycast there, then we'll be able to shoot. So if I hit play and we aim down here, well, we could definitely see that...
Wait, but how do we know that it's the raycast?
If not is colliding, and we're talking about the ray...
No self, okay.
Raycast there, then we'll be able to shoot. So if I hit play...
So every card will have a cost of 1 to 3. Certain skills will combo together, just like in the game. Well, I never played the game, so that's hard, but I guess I'm okay. And then for spells and certain skills, you will also use mana. So it's really just taking the MMO and making it a card game. Oh, I see. Skills will combine together. Okay. Understand. Thanks for the follow, Captain Fubar. About to go to bed. Good luck with the tutorial. Have fun. Thanks a lot. I hope you have a good sleep. Well sleep. I'm not sure what's the English wording for that. I hope your sleep will be good. Maybe like that. And thanks for the follow. Good night would also be a possible thing I could have said, but I made it way too complicated. Okay, so mana cost 1-3. Okay, and then you have just like, you also have deck building and stuff like that, or will it just be that all the cards get like, you get random cards and you do something with it? Or is it like full-fledged on deck building? You have all the cards, you can combine the skills, and then you have the deck you build, and then you go with it and have the mana just as the resource in the card game. That sounds, I don't know, card games sound so complex to me to do, because the basic rules often are super simple, but then when you add all the cards and all the different like interactions, I don't know, my reference would be something like Magic the Gathering, right? And it just gets so complex to just imagine programming that in a normal like if case way, right? It will be random, but you will get new cards when you reach the level to use the skill. So as you get higher in level, the more cards that will be available to you. Oh, okay, that's cool. So you have like a little progression curve there. Sounds cool. Yeah, I hope you'll make good progress on that one. I'm not sure what kind of progression I would want in my game. Maybe you just get more options on what you can put on the animals that you can put into the scene, or maybe you have a higher limit of resources used or nodes or whatever added to the body shape. Huh. Well, that's a problem for later. Where were we? Oh, trying out the thing. Well,
here, well, we can definitely see that it's colliding there with the ground. If I left click, then try shoot. Hold on. Oh, we need to reassign the shooter because it's changed its type. So the player input is.
Wait, it changed its type? And yet it works for me? Why? Maybe because I didn't change it in the engine.
Now its type. So the player input is now going to assign the shooter rate. Caster, hit play, and we come down here and left click. Okay, it should not have been able to actually spawn that. So let's see what's going on. So I think what we need is to check hit from inside. So that if we're starting inside a collision shape, we already count that as a collision, which is exactly what we're doing, hit from inside. If we hit play and we come down here, left click, okay, good. Now it's actually...
Wait, where did he set that? It was too fast.
What we need is to check
hit from the inside on the shooter Raycaster. Oh, because it's already inside and not... Okay. If true, the Ray will detect a hit when starting inside shapes. In this case, the collision normal will be that does not affect. Okay, so because we don't check if we are allowed to enter and we only check in the moment that we click shoot, we have to have the hit inside. Yeah, makes sense to me. Makes sense. Okay. No, we fell off. We still don't have the run animation. But hey, we can shoot stuff. Okay.
From inside. So if we're starting inside a collision shape, we already count that as a collision, which is exactly what we're doing, hit from inside. If we hit play and we come down here, left click, okay, good. Now it's actually not allowing us to shoot, but up here, we're good. So as long as our shooter is not stuck in the wall, we can shoot, which is, once again, exactly what we're looking for. And yeah, it looks like they're not allowed to spawn inside of there either.
I mean, makes sense that you can't spawn in something that has a collision. Actually, no reason whatsoever to do that, but oh, this is not working as I want it to be. If I want to use it like that, I would need to paint the ground here, right? Damn it. Like that. And then if I do this, it's kind of working, but kind of not. What if I don't do it like that, but... Oh, wait a second. Wait. We'll do it like... like this. Probably changes nothing. No, it's better. Not good, but better. Oh, the problem is that this is now allowed because it could be down here, right? Yeah. Let's undo that. And then I'll, 1 second, I saw you wrote, but I was fixated by this. Time map ground. Let's do it like that. And then actually place it like this. Just want to see if that looks nice or not, if there's something inside. I don't know. It's there now. Not beautiful, but it's there. Damn it. Fell off. Okay. Currently have all cards from level 1 to 9 available. Only once I have those mechanics fleshed out, I will then move on to 10 plus skills, which is where the player chooses their specialization. So for instance, 10 scout can become either ranger or assassin, and that will dictate which card it will get and how it will play. Interesting. So it's kind of like RPG card game, right? That sounds cool. Okay.
So cool. So that's pretty much going to cover it.
Even the video agrees. Cool.
For making our projectile shooter rotate around and shoot in the direction of our mouse cursor. Next steps would probably be to add in some targets we can hit with our projectiles and make damage mechanics. So that could include enemies. It could also include destructible objects. We'll see where we get to in the next video. So until I believe it's going to be part 5 coming up next, I will see you guys in my future video content. And once again, if you need the project files, they'll be available on Ko-Fi and Patreon for download. Hello everybody, Chris here, and in this...
So we made this sprite for nothing, right? Because we don't play it. Well, that's fine. That's fine. It's fine. Maybe he will come to that way later and then make all the stuff actually animate
we're going to be adding
with the running
some
animation.
Objects or enemies for us to hit inside of...
Okay. But I think I want to stop there. It's been quite some hours. And I don't think I can learn much more new stuff. Let's save this and all of this and go into this. Well, now the scene worked. And the last follow updated. Weird that it didn't do that before. Maybe it needed to be loaded once. Not sure. Anyway. It's 22. No, that's not how you say it in English. It's 10 p.m. And I'm getting a bit tired after, I don't know, 5-6 hours of failing to learn Godot. So thanks everybody that joined and dropped in and that chatted. It was a lot of fun, and I again learned a lot and also made so much progress. Now we're now shooting stuff and colliding and moving, and it's kind of a level even though there's no goal. So that's kind of nice. I was even slower though than last time, I think, with the progress of how many minutes I managed to do in the video and how long it took me. Where did we start? I think we started with jumping and gravity. So from like minute 40 to 1:55. Okay, so it was 1 hour video time and it took me 5 hours or something. That's a bad quote. If we keep that up, that pace, I'll not be done with the tutorial till end of January. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Thanks everyone for joining in, chatting, for the follows. And I will check if I want to rate somewhere. But I can already go to the end screen for that. Because I should be able to talk here too. Yeah. Okay. Twitch. I think I don't wanna rate. Nah, no. I think there's nothing really fitting to me coding. It's all just games. But yeah, with that, bye.